recap without him, so.
I might make this my Twitch picture.
Just retweet.
Yeah, right?
I'm not gonna change on Discord because I'm too many people on Discord, and I'm not gonna change it on Roll20 because I'm too many people, but I can do it on Twitch.
Fair.
Not a bad idea. It has to be used somewhere.
Yeah, I
Hey, my
really want to
character
use
sheet
this.
works, guys.
Hell
Let's go.
Yeah, mine
Let's
now
go.
too. Yeah, actually.
We out here living. Hey, Phoenix, can you say something?
I was muted, but yes, I can.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Mhm.
Sweet. Yeah, the overlay's working. Excellent.
Yeah.
Sweet, 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 sweet. All right.
Love
Yeah.
to see it. Guess what, everybody?
What?
What?
I've ordered my computer parts.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
They are in transit.
I love this.
Build a
for
new
you.
one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wicked.
So excited. It
I
won't,
thought
it's already, my computer's already humming from Roll20. It's madness.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel you, dog.
I
that's
thought
really
my
too. Mine is
computer
starting to get
was.
there.
Yeah, I thought mine was, but turns out it was not the computer. It was just the how do you call it? When you extend the gosh, I don't know how to say
RAM.
it, but like
Hard drive.
no, the
Graphics
outlet, like the thing.
Oh, the power cable.
Timothy.
You needed an extension cord.
Don't Timothy me,
Yes, I
Bianca.
will, Timothy. No, you know
Ooh,
the
we're getting spicy in the chat tonight.
the little thing that you put like a lot of sockets in.
Oh,
it,
power
and
surge
the-
protector.
Power strip.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there were two of the
No!
outlets that were not working properly. So I changed
Boundaries.
it, and it was okay.
Ah, I see. Alrighty, well,
What is gonna be my wise quote for Twitter tonight?
I don't know, but
has to be something to do with the session.
you figure that out while we
Death of the Revolution.
While we
jump
die.
into
Death.
There's
that.
the session. Picking up where we left off last time, you guys had finally made your way to Barovtkra after a long and arduous journey through the Rhine Plains, where you encountered a number of things, including a dragon egg, which you took. Making your way into Barovtkra, you saw a familiar face of individuals that you have met across your travels that have also finally arrived at their destination to join the revolutionary efforts of the Frieden in an attempt to stage a siege on a nearby imperial stronghold known as the Permafrost Villa, in an effort to rescue captured people who are in the process of being experimented on by the Dwendalian Empire, or a certain governmental section of the Empire. You came to Barovtkra, met with the inner circle of the Frieden, and actually reconnected with your old pal Whoosh, who is now known as the Feathered One in the Frieden. Some conversation was had. You were asked if you could also aid in the efforts, which you all either 100% willingly or begrudgingly decided to accept because people were in danger. Or maybe you just want to cause a bit of chaos. You went over the plans. You met with the other members of the Inner Circle. A Minotaur named Gron Bone Masher. An Aarakocra, whose name you later learned. 'Cause technically, they still haven't introduced themselves to you. Honreich of the Wind. A Drow from the Kryn dynasty, named Theron, of Din Olios, and of course Whoosh makes up the 4 members of the inner circle of the Frieden. meeting with them, talking with a few of the other individuals in Barovtkra, Alistair connecting with their only alchemist that they have, who is in charge of creating the bombs. You all felt you had a very nice plan in place to both stop a delivery in mid-transit, guise yourselves somehow or be invisible to infiltrate this villa, rush into it, save the people, set the bombs, and wait for the siege to be over. In this time, you met a new member of your group that many of you begrudgingly took along with you, named Orion, a smiley half-orc person, man, boy,
Way to come.
child,
Boy.
Child.
with a compass and this sunny disposition that made even the coldest of you smirk, even just a little bit. You eventually went off to your rooms for the evening. Hasavi sent a sending to her brother once more and received some very troubling information. But also, her mind was eased a bit knowing that her brother's perhaps not evil, just apathetic. You also, Beren, met and had a conversation with your brother, Vazrim, otherwise known as the Shard King. Within that conversation, you learned his true goals of this war effort. And some of them were, okay. Some of them were not.
We're working on it. It's fine. It's a work in progress.
You were teleported with him and set high above Rexentrum for a rather intense conversation, and probably for the both of you, a somewhat moment of quiet softness, we'll call it. You later returned. You guys went to sleep, but that sleep was cut short by the sounds of explosions. Some of you waking up sooner than others, just because of your reflexes, peered out a window and saw streaks of flame raining down on the outside walls of Barovtkra, huge plumes of flames climbing up into the sky as things began to burn and to be destroyed. And that is where we'll pick up tonight's session.
So we went
What do you guys wish to do?
We didn't have a long rest,
No, we
right?
did
No,
not.
no, you did not.
But we hadn't really done anything.
No, I
yesterday.
have done one thing because I cast tongs on myself, so I have one.
Right.
I
Third
too am
level.
missing a third level spell.
Yeah.
Ah,
What
cool.
are those?
Okay.
We
Is
should
there a
probably
window?
check something.
Or go
Head
see-
outside?
Go see
It
what's
takes-
happening.
It takes 5 minutes to get armor on. Alistair isn't waiting that. He's just jumping out the window and charging towards the wall.
Jumping out the window, okay.
Well, I mean, he's on the first floor, and it'd probably take long to get through the building while people are rushing. He's
No,
super
you're on the
quick.
second floor.
Go. Oh, on
5
the
minutes?
second
Put
floor?
your
Yeah,
armor on,
everyone's on the
5
second
minutes
floor.
is so long.
No,
so
5
many
minutes is so
people
long,
might die.
especially
Yeah.
combat wise.
Definitely
So
putting
many
armor on.
innocent people would die. How many people were in this building, Tim? Like, was it a populated building?
This building in particular was, from what you can tell, just you guys. You didn't see anyone else staying here.
Yeah, no, this was mostly
Okay.
like the war room.
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind. He would hop out, shouting like, "We gotta go!" and start, running down to.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guess the sun
Uh,
is running after him.
So how far into the night was this? Like how far? Like how?
This for
Many
the
hours.
sake of simplicity on this, you guys were about halfway through a long rest.
Okay.
Okay.
Then yeah, actively. So all armor takes 5 minutes, like, or
Medium
it's
armor
like
takes 5.
Medium
Heavy
armor takes 5
10.
minutes. Yeah.
Light takes 1
Okay.
minute.
so a breastplate, just a breastplate would take 5 minutes. Okay.
5
yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
So the straps,
Yeah.
the metal.
We
piece,
can't
yeah.
put on our breastplates.
Because you'd have to
Yes,
put on your
sorry.
gambeson, on your breastplate, strap it up, gauntlets, like it takes a few minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I would be wearing my I would put like the the plain clothes, like the non-battle clothes on, get my shield and go.
Okay.
But I would grab my shield.
Yeah,
And how
bloody plate
far
armor
is
would take all day.
Can we?
It,
grab
How
it's
are you guys?
it for you guys because you're in the center of Borovka, from where you see the fire raining down and destroying things. It's probably at a full sprint, like full movement dash, moving as fast as you can. Gonna take you probably about 3 rounds. It's a bit of a distance away
Okay.
because
Okay.
the fire is raining down outside the walls.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
Okay. And
Okay,
how
that's
far is the
probably
barracks from where the rest of the group would be at?
the rest of the Freedom.
No,
Well, like,
not-
where would
not
I
technically
be sleeping
in-
versus
Oh,
where
you
would they be
you would
sleeping?
you would be staying here if you chose to. Whoosh
Okay, he would
Whoosh
definitely.
did give you quarters here. Or you also have your own like heavy wool and burlaps like sleeping tent out with the other soldiers. You could be there too if you wanted.
No, he would definitely want to be there with the team.
Okay.
He's a little too eager. But as everyone's running out, Orion's obviously going to walk up to the armor, run up to the armor and magnetically just like put it onto his body.
Mhm.
Compass kind of
Lucky.
swirls about a bit, but he'll put on all of his armor
Oh, nice.
Okay.
and run.
I
up.
love this. Could you
Yeah,
imagine
no,
making
they are-
armor?
The
While,
armor
while
will
we're
take too
running,
long.
while we're running, can I turn injured into the dragon form that he has?
Yeah. As you're running, you hear the little zzz, and you just snap your fingers. And you hear this. Oh yeah! As he just turns into a dragon and just begins to take off.
how tall is the wall?
The wall of Borovka is a good question. It's about 12 feet tall, and it comes to like points. Like it's made out of like wood and lumber that is like shaved. The bark has been shaved off, and they come to points, about 12 feet tall.
Okay.
I
When we get there, Asabi's just up, flying
Okay.
to see what's going on.
Alright. Yeah, it will take you much longer to get there because you only have a 20-foot fly speed, and you can't
You
dash.
Well,
with
I'm
your
not
cloak.
flying the whole
she's
way.
going to
Okay.
she's going to 3
A
dashes.
run, and then once we're at the wall,
Okay.
to
cool.
see what's
Shoot
going
up
on,
to see what's up. Yeah, that makes
just to get a view.
All right. Excellent. So.
Yeah, I'm just like, you guys run ahead. I'm coming.
Yeah, seriously.
She's.
No,
Yeah,
we're
skip it.
Can I
running,
get my
running. and-
superhero scene in first?
What's that?
Can I get
I'll
my
skip the armor
superhero
as
scene?
well and just take my weapons and run.
Okay. So.
And
As you guys exit out of the building, you are met with the frantic energy of the Freedom rushing around, also half in armor with weapons drawn, looking out toward the sky where it's currently raining fire from heavy clouds above the village. You see many of the trebuchets as you reach near the edge of the fence and ballista, the trebuchets and ballista burning and destroyed, and a number of Freedom soldiers who were patrolling lay immolated in burnt black curled up clumps. As you continue to push forward, trying to see if you can get a view of what is above the clouds, you begin to kind of push through the growing crowd of soldiers, trying to come up with some sort of plan to fight back, confused, disheveled, a little groggy from being woken up by this attack. A huge gust of wind streaks overhead, whipping your hair and clothes around. You watch as something pierces the heavy clouds, the force of it dispersing the clouds themselves, revealing high above, over 100 feet in the air, 3 robed figures. You watch as they pivot, confused, and turn towards a figure behind them, coming face to face with them. You watch as this 4th figure, their arms, slowly at first, and then more rapidly, begin to glow a bright white-blue color, and the same color begins to spill out of their eyes. They lift their right hand into the air and snap their fingers. As the snap rings out, creating its own localized sonic boom, just this dull kind of causing your ears to ring, you immediately see the three robed figures plummet and fall, slamming into the earth below. With three heavy thuds, they impact, two shattering their legs, but still trying to crawl away, and the third landing terribly on their neck, dying upon impact. The lone figure slowly begins to descend towards the crawling robed figures as dark billowing energy begins to manifest from their forearms. Without a word, you watch as dark tendrils slowly roll out from the aura emanating from their arms and begin to slowly crawl towards the downed assailants. The tendrils wrap around each of them as they let out the worst scream of pain any of you have ever heard. At this point, as you're rushing forward and seeing this unfold, many of the Freeden have stopped and gathered. You spot behind you the inner circle step forward, looking on. As the black tendrils fully wrap around the robed figures, they pull the two people together. In an instant, rewriting their very DNA, and where there were two figures, there is now just a single roiling mass of limbs and flesh and bone. A single guttural moan of pain can be heard before the mass stops moving. The figure slowly turns and starts moving towards the gathered crowd, some of which take a hesitant step back, the scene taking mere seconds, but feeling like it was minutes. As they're almost upon all of you, Vren, you recognize Vazrin. His hair disheveled and hanging loose, strands falling over his face, this dark expression encompassing his entire being. You are the war room now. And without another word begins walking back into Barovtkra.
Can I? How far away are the people? Are the
How far away are we on that note as well, since you're asking?
Well, he would have walked directly towards you guys as you're at the forefront of the crowd, about to go leap into action when all this unfolded. And then he said those words and simply walked through into Barovtkra.
So, we haven't seen him, right? So we
No,
don't know
none
who
of
he
you have
is.
seen him.
Do I recognize him? Have I ever seen him in my passes of
You've
Oathstriker?
never seen him, no.
Okay. Okay.
And are any of the inner circle around?
They're standing behind you. And
Okay.
as he says that, you hear Gron kind of call out, "Right! The rest of you, get these fires out! Put those bodies to rest!" And with that, he turns and begins to follow the figure back into Barovtkra.
Why? I gotta know. I gotta know. Who are these
Okay,
people?
if
Do I recognize them? I mean, obviously one of them is just a pile of goo, so probably not.
You go over
No,
and take
two
a
of
look?
them are a pile of.
I do.
I will
Yeah.
go with Varen.
Okay.
I will go with Varen.
Go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage
With
since
advantage.
Nissa's
yeah.
there.
Yeah, it would interest me to know if I recognize any of them as well.
That's a 26.
26. The pile of goo is just that. It is a pile, a macabre pile of flesh, bone, and gore. No longer moving. You see the vaguest outline of a face just kind of sticking through one side of the gore. But you don't recognize it.
Yeah, no.
It is putty. The one that broke their neck, though, you do recognize faintly. They are a high elf. They are very much probably a wizard of some kind. And they, when you were went to the Solstice Academy. You see the slain remains. Island Sutharis. I don't remember much about the kid, but he's of an age of you, roughly.
Yeah.
And you remember seeing him around the school, but those memories are vague and faded.
Yeah.
Looking
Yeah,
at their arms, is there are there crystals? Are there scars with crystals in their arms?
Not in this one. However, you do see the faintest hint of crystalline remains in the pile of goo.
And there's nothing in the pile of goo that could recognize like a clothing or an item that remained.
No.
Got mashed. Ew.
Very you.
Alistair
Varen
push-
takes a very quick look at the bodies and then turns on a heel and starts walking towards the wall.
Okay.
Once she recognizes or doesn't recognize, it's
Yeah, Selby's there as well.
I'm gonna take some time to do my rituals, especially on the one on the pile of goo.
Nissa! Come on. We don't have time.
Ryan's looking around like he's looking for a bucket. He's gonna go put out the fires like he was told to, but then he hears.
Ryan!
Yes.
You're with
You
us.
better come with us.
I need to put. Oh, okay.
No, with us.
What are we under attack or?
We better find out. Come on.
Okay, I am going with you. He looks genuinely concerned, but he still tries to smirk a bit.
Oh, buddy.
I love him.
I will, however, finish the. It doesn't take 10 minutes. It's just a small ritual that I do every time I see a dead Wolfstrucker. I will go after that.
Okay.
Was Alistair unfortunately close enough to get any of these three caught in his aura or no?
Any of what?
Any of these three to be caught in his aura or no?
That would be interesting.
Let me do some quick maths. Hang on. No.
Awesome. I didn't
Okay.
want them there. I didn't want them there.
I didn't want to have to look at them.
I didn't.
Hey, it would be interesting to see who the pile of goo was, but not at the expense
Yeah,
of what
right.
that would
No,
cause
I
Alistair.
don't want to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Not with in the expense of what that would do to Alistair,
Yeah,
so we
well,
can
well
find it
passed.
some other way.
Even the nearby cat is mortified. Yeah. So, you guys follow Varen as she makes her way towards the war
Yeah.
room? Okay. As you guys enter the war room, the atmosphere is tense. No one's speaking. You see, everyone is standing except for Whoosh and Vazrim, who are sitting. And you see Theron, the kind of standing shoulder kind of pressed against the wall, looking towards Vazrim and Whoosh, this kind of deep expression of concern and confusion on their face. See Gron kind of kneeled down, just kind of almost absent-mindedly, just kind of looking between everyone. And you see Hanreich of the Wind just standing nearby Whoosh, arms crossed, stalwart, no expression. You guys enter into this tense situation. As the last of you enter, you just hear, "Close the door."
I'm probably the last one to enter, so I'll close the door.
As you do, you watch as Vazrim stands, the chair kind of pushing out, creating this heavy screech across the floor, and his right forearm begins to glow this almost iridescent pink color as he runs his hand along the wall and just kind of traces it along the entirety of the room. you watch as these spectral motes of pinkish light begin to appear along the walls, just kind of cascading until they all connect corner to corner. And he steps back behind his chair, kind of pushing it in. So, would anyone like to explain to me how we were found out? And he just looks at everyone.
Would if I could.
It was not me. I did not send any comics. I promise.
I wear a ring to protect you from detection. I doubt it was me either.
Everyone will also hold up her hand.
Yeah.
Like what?
As you guys answer, you watch as nearby motes on the wall glow. As each of you speak. And you see Vazrim gazing at them. Ah, that is helpful. And you? He looks over at you, Asavi.
She is kind of panicking, very much so. Rewriting everything in her head, and not sure what to do. Just take a deep breath. Look up. I've been trying to find my brother. I didn't know until we got here that he works at the facility.
Just so we're on the same page, you mean the Permafrost Villa, correct?
Yes. To my understanding.
Vazrim's eyes cut towards you for a second, Vrin, before looking back at Asavi. And what exactly did you tell him? For you may have uncovered where he is. How did he find out where you are?
I was foolish. I assumed that he was there because they were studying him. I was trying to give him a little bit of hope, and I said we had reached Baroftkra. He didn't seem to know what that was. And then I found out he worked there. I thought I made him believe. I thought he didn't care about the Empire. He wouldn't say anything. He's just trying to find his way home.
I need you to roll a persuasion check.
Yeah, okay. I'm historically so good at those. 19.
Okay, I don't know if this is the kind of thing where he's gonna make a roll against her. You tell me if he is. But he rolls a natural 1.
Shit, I wasn't even gonna do that, but
I cannot be
best.
letting Asavi get smited. This will be a problem. I can feel it, but this feels like an issue.
thank you, baby.
Yeah, let's not lose Asabi, shall we?
Yeah, I saw it in a dream, you guys. I see the future. It's fine. It's not fine. This was a mistake. But
He looks over at you, Asabi. Sibling relationships can be quite a rough field to traverse. However, he looks over at you, Varen. I expect you to handle this because you do not want me to.
right.
She kind of looks over at Vren. Like, what the fuck?
Ren looks at Asabi like, I told you so. I told you so.
As he says that, as he finishes, you just hear Whoosh speak up. Right! So, what do you want to do? And
Can
Vazrim
we-
looks over at
Sorry.
Whoosh. Go ahead. What's up?
Can I try somehow to drive something between what Vazrin said? Because we don't know in character who he is.
No, you do not.
But
You-
he looked at
you-
Varen.
You only assume he's the Shard King. Given
But why would he
his
look at
arms.
Varen? Is there any way for us? Yes. And I
And to be
figured out
fair-
he was a Volstrucker, so
Yeah, one, he's the Shard King. Two, this is not the first time the Shard King has been directly referenced in.
Yeah, I
context
just
of
don't
Ren.
want him in
The
the
Shard King
game,
did give me a
you know?
present earlier.
Yeah. Roll an insight check, Nissa.
yeah.
They look similar a
Do
lot.
I
Yeah, they
ruin
look-
Nissa's day? Do I want Nissa to know what's up with me and my family? Do I
17.
ruin her day?
Oh, do you ruin it?
I'll be nice.
Okay. 17. Varen, just roll a deception check.
If I crit on this, I'll piss my pants. Okay. Fuck.
Wanna know what's funny?
What?
He also rolled 5.
Yo, let's get it!
Listen, I'm the best person to figure out your shit. So you're
I
good.
could. Hey, Nissa, I could bully you. I could ruin your day right now. I got a 3 sitting nice and hot, and you would never know the truth.
No, Nissa, given his statement before addressing Varen, there's something there. Some sort of connection.
Yeah. They don't look alike. They don't. There's nothing that.
They vaguely look alike,
Okay.
but
They almost all look
his
alike.
hair is darker and he has a beard.
Okay. I will figure out. Like, I will keep the because I didn't roll super high, so I can't. I know that there's something going on there, that he knows her somehow, and that's it. I'm not gonna go beyond that. But I'll not say anything or like the chibi face.
Yeah, naturally.
That Ben.
But yeah, as Whoosh asks that, Vazrim looks over at him. Well, quite honestly, Feathered One, we proceed as planned. However, and he kind of takes a moment. You see, he kind of swipes his hand across the wall and kind of flicks it, and you watch as those motes just diminish from the walls. However, General Bone Masher, if you worked your builders all through the night, how many machines can you get back up and running? Ron just kind of shakes his head. If we work tirelessly through the night, 5 or 6 at the most. I need a count of what we have left, and I want you to do that. Work them through the night, give them all of tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that off. However, if the Empire so bluntly and mercilessly wants to attack us and kill our people, Fuck 'em. It is no longer a siege. It is a full frontal assault. And you see a few of the inner circle kind of like tense at this. Besides Whoosh, he just sits there. And you just hear, is that what you want to do? An eye for an eye, blood for blood. I see now that when it comes to war, you have to be ruthless. They are soldiers. They trained for this. Let them earn their pay. And Theron kind of shakes his head. Shard King, that is not the deal. That we were here. We want to resolve things as peacefully as possible. We do not want to create a vacuum of violence. That is not what we should do.
I agree. The plan could still work just as fine as it did yesterday. We're just going for vengeance on them by changing it.
And it doesn't make us any different from what they are if we take the same approach.
Then in times of war, we are no different. But after, what comes next, that is our difference.
So the ends justify the means?
In this case, yes.
So we're going against everything that we vowed when we left their clutches, and I'll look at his arms and his shards. Is that what you truly believe in?
You really do not want to go down memory lane with me, miss.
I have my own memory lane.
Don't pretend as you
Speak
know
from
what
mine.
I've been in. Just don't. That
Just a
is what
food
we
for
will
thought.
do. If any of you want to leave, leave. The freedom we have gathered are loyal. This will work. But we need to show the Empire that we are not an ant to be snuffed out by their boot. They kill 5 of ours, we kill 500 of theirs. They're soldiers. It's what they were trained to do. There's the door.
Oh.
If you want to leave, leave.
Nisa will stand up. This is not what I signed for. I didn't sign to be like them. I signed to be against what they do.
If we leave, more will die.
So we go against everything that we fought for so far. We forget the reasons that drove us here. Is that what you are all going to do now?
I don't know.
Will we still be infiltrating to save the prisoners before you attack?
Yes.
And I can leave without having to interact with the fight.
We have enough frontline soldiers. We need a team capable of infiltrating.
There's someone else suggesting we fight. That's not what I want.
I know.
But we can't just leave the innocent people either.
Is there nothing we can do to stop this?
He looks over at you, Dameron, and gives you a half smirk. Friend, I'm afraid the domino has already fell. This scene out there will enrapture our soldiers. They will want to fight tooth, nail, and claw.
But is this a war you can win?
Oh, it is.
I want to look at Whoosh. Try to gauge his reaction to this
Roll an insight check.
as much as I can. 24. That's better.
There is concern, but also this sense of pulling back. This sense of reconciliation of this is what he wants to do.
Like he doesn't want to go against him, but he's not happy with the decision. Is that it?
No. It's his decision. He chose his path. There is that hint of concern that slowly kind of settles into it's the choice he made.
He as in Vazrim, not...
Yeah. Thrawn looks past Vazrim and looks towards Whoosh. Feathered one. What say you? Whoosh just looks towards Vazrim. His choice is made. His path to follow.
Then I'll leave you guys to make your plans, but after this battle is done and your people have already fought this battle, I find it hard to believe that many will believe a promise of peace when you're signing the document in blood. Pay attention to that. He's going to turn and return to his room.
He's right.
No. He's not. He hasn't seen the true horrors of the Empire. He's a child. He knows nothing. When people see there's a different way, they'll follow it. Because the way they currently know is also filled with blood and death and oppression. They'll follow.
Right, perhaps we all leave them to the plan. And she turns to everybody who has remained from the party.
Oh, no, I'm in the room. I just stood up.
Yeah.
We're in.
When this is over, I hope you're right.
I'd like a word.
Yeah. Naturally.
I'll walk towards Alistair.
I think he went back to his room.
Yeah, he's heading back to his
Oh,
room.
you
I mean,
went-
you could
okay.
probably catch up. He's not running, he's just walking.
I'll catch up to him while Vrin and...
And looks at everybody else like, whenever you're ready, you can go.
Yeah, I'm going.
Savi goes outside.
Orion, you just hear Gron as
Brian
he's,
leaves as
as,
well.
as he's stepping out. Orion, good job on those latrines. Gron is...
Thank you very much.
He is so fucking oblivious. He's just like, cool. Whatever. He's like,
Okay, King. Love this for him.
Orion thanks him, but he looks very like he doesn't know if he should stay because of his loyalty. to this place and these people, or kind of leave, and he's slowly backing away out the door, and he kind of just will bow out, looking a little confused at what to do. But he'll eventually leave and kind of just walk towards a direction.
Yeah. Gron also steps out, and leaving in the room Vrin, Vazrim, Thoron, and Whoosh. And Vrin, you see Thoron turn to Vazrim and go, "If this is truly because you're so..." He's like biting his tongue. "If this is truly the course of action that you wish to take, then you need to have a conversation with your partner, Shard King." And he steps out. Or they step out. Henrik standing there, still standing behind Whoosh, arms crossed. "Alive, dead, doesn't matter. The Wind Rippers will be with you, so long as we maintain a partnership with the Feathered One." And they also leave. Vazrim looks towards Whoosh. Whoosh stands. "His choice is made." And he just taps Vazrim on the hand once as he walks out the room, closing the door behind him. Well, we've had quite the interesting night.
We certainly have. What's she do now?
I am going to trust that you are going to take care of your ally.
Right, yes. She, her intentions are good, but those don't typically get you far.
And one other thing, Varen. Everything I disclose to you, no one else knows. If you wish to continue to travel with these people, I expect you to get them all on the same page.
It'll be a process. I will.
And that is not an order, that is a suggestion. If you two wish to walk away, you can. You won't be the
I
first
understand.
Althea to disappoint me.
Do I look like... Well, that's stupid. They're my family. I was going to say, do I look like the rest of my family? But unfortunately,
We
by the
unfortunately
nature
do.
of genetics, that is
Yes.
sort of how it works. I'm not a fucking traitor. So,
Good.
it's going to be a hard sell. You are kind of... It's a lot.
Well, they seem to trust and value you.
Ha! Right.
That is something literally no one else in our family can say. Except for one, mayhap, perhaps. So, if you wish to stay, get them on the same page. I do not need anyone second guessing decisions of these efforts.
they're all a bit good-hearted and light-headed.
Well,
They don't really use logic. More emotion. I don't get it.
perhaps these war efforts will be a rude awakening for them.
Right, yes.
You should get some rest.
You as well. Did that even tire you out at all? Well, apologies again.
You don't have to apologize.
Right, but
I could expect you not to make mistakes. I had assumed you surrounded yourself with like-minded people, but perhaps their heads are too in the clouds.
you could say that, yeah.
Never apologize for the actions of others.
Right. I'll leave you. I don't want to take your time.
You seem rather uncomfortable.
I'm wondering how I'm supposed to handle that. They don't really they don't really listen to me. So
So make
That's-
them.
it's a work in progress. Are you? No. You're sure. And if you're sure, I'm sure.
Good. Go rest.
Good. And she'll rise and head for the door.
Leave. As you exit, the door just closes behind you, leaving Vazrim in the room, just turning and staring at the wall.
I am obligated to go find a Savi.
I
Good luck.
I would have caught up to
You would have caught up with Alistair actually first.
Alistair
yeah.
and place a hand on his shoulder. Save the innocents, yes. Kill those unaware, no. We have to rethink all of this. It has gone far beyond what we initially thought it would be. Bush seems resigned.
I never knew him, but the others seemed unsurprised.
I never knew him either, but I was trying to read him. It's hard to read him, but I was, despite of what he said, his struggles don't unjustify everyone else's just because his might have been bigger doesn't mean that we all didn't suffer in one way or another. It's selfish to believe that your struggles are better than mine or worse than mine. I was told and indoctrinated to believe that the ends justified the means, and that would justify all the horrors and all the blood in my hands, and I don't want to do that again. And I don't think it's fair on you to carry much more burdens on your shoulders for the choices of others. It's just not fair.
He's going to place a hand on your shoulder and pat you like gently on the back and says, "Change is good. I'm glad that you've moved past any of the pain that you've had before, even if it still haunts you. But don't misunderstand, Nissa. The burden I carry is one I've chosen to carry. It's one that I can end at any point I wanted. And it's one I'm not going to.
Understood.
I spent a lot of time, years, traveling and trying to figure out what I think is right. Everybody has their burdens, and a good person helps others carry theirs. They don't use them against them. They don't push them in the dirt. They don't needlessly hurt each other. They don't stack these burdens up until they can't hold themselves up anymore. So I can't participate in the war. But I can help those people that need our help down there. And once that's done, I can move on and help the next one.
I
You
can
don't
stay
have to
behind
worry.
that. You know, I've been taught my whole life to understand people and look at them and try to read them. He is hard to read. But I've seen that path before. I've seen men losing their minds because of grief and pain, to the point that they are so blinded by that pain that they are becoming what they hate and they don't realize it. I won't side with that. I'm with you. I will do what I can. Help rescue the innocent. But I want no innocent blood in my hands anymore. That's a promise I made for my goddess, and it's a promise I will keep.
I'm glad to hear it.
Let's go get some rest. Tomorrow is going to be hard. And she will put a hand on his shoulder, give it a little supportive squeeze, and walk with him in silence as they go.
Okay. Asav, you said you went outside. Orion, did you say where you went?
Orion probably just went like around the corner. He was too late to lose them, so yeah, he's probably just hanging out like 20 feet away from the outside of the door.
Okay. So you probably see Asavi walk outside. Asavi, what are you doing?
She would have walked outside and flown about 100 feet in the air to try and get a view of how much damage and watch the fires be put out.
Oh, perception check.
17.
17. The damage. You do see a number of Freeden who were burnt, being dragged away to small, kind of tasteful graves that have been dug. Most of the fires have been put out. Damage is not as significant as you would have thought, given the immense amount of fire that rained down from the sky. Maybe 3 out of the 12 trebuchets is destroyed. 4 ballista are completely immolated and unusable. None of the catapults were damaged, as they were on the other side, like the archway opening, resting against the fence. The wall, I should say.
Roughly how many bodies do I see graves being dug for?
5 or 6.
Okay. And then from this height, can I get a better gauge of scale on, like, how many people are camped here? Like, is it 500 people or thousands?
At a guess,
Mhm.
and counting multiples for like the larger tents, anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000.
Okay. She'll stay up there a while.
Okay.
Just watch.
All right. Brain, you said you look for Asavi. She is not in her room.
I guess I wait.
In her room? Okay.
I gotta talk to her. I mean, I
Okay.
could waste ascending and be like, get your ass in here, but what if we get blown up again? So I won't.
All right. If you're just waiting, she'll probably be a good hour and a half.
Yeah, right.
I know Nissa and Alistair have gone off to bed. Dameron, are you doing anything?
Darren would have run after Alistair and Nissa. Maybe he heard a little bit about their conversation, but from behind.
Do you say anything to them?
No, not tonight. He has to think about it.
Okay. Orion, do you do anything outside, or you just kind of like
Yeah, no, he's
decompressing?
good. Yeah, he's definitely decompressing. He's like he feels like both of his parents are fighting type thing. So he's going to the main room where they're staying at, and the main common room, and he's just gonna pull up into a chair and just hang out there until everyone at least gets back inside, at which point he'll go to bed.
Yeah. Probably see Asavi walk in at some point.
You definitely see Varen walk out of the war room for that. If you say anything to her, I don't know. Or Varen, if you say anything to him.
Well, I mean, she probably doesn't realize he's there, so she just walks out of the war room, stands there for a couple seconds, and like runs her hands through her hair like over and over again, and then she straightens herself out and almost looks like she's going to turn around to go say something, but then walks off to go look for Asabi instead.
Yeah, and Orion is literally not cowering, but he's trying to like reduce his size as much as possible. Like he doesn't want to talk to anyone at right now, which is
Take
really
up
weird.
less space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm small.
He senses the tenseness and he's just gonna leave
Precious
that be.
lad.
He just folds his little hands.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, eventually
Yeah,
you see
I guess.
Savi walk back in as well.
Oh, great.
Well, I was saying that to Orion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But since you don't want to talk to anyone, let's Savi, you say
Yeah,
something
if you don't
to
stop,
Orion.
if you don't stop her, no, she probably wouldn't notice him.
Then yeah.
She walks. She'll open her own. Are you waiting inside the room?
Inside,
or-
yeah.
Okay. She'll like open the door and like look like she's heading towards her bag before she sees you.
She
What
just
are you
raises
doing
one
here?
eyebrow.
Well, I was told to
Go on, berate me.
deal with it. No, there's no berating. I don't even know what to say. So I was just told to deal with it, so I came here to deal with it.
Deal with me how?
I don't know. But I figured sitting here and talking would be a start. I don't have to make you feel guilty, Savi. I can see it all over your face that you're riddled with it. That's not my job.
Then what is your job?
I don't know to deal with it.
What did your
Fortunately,
brother?
it didn't
I
come with an
assume
instruction.
that was him.
Yeah. All I'm going to do is repeat something that I told you yesterday. I was beating around the bush a bit because I didn't know what was secret and what wasn't. But when he comes right out and lays it all on the table, I suppose. My brother is a very powerful man, and well, he's got a warning for everyone to keep his secrets. And now I suppose you've seen what happens when his secrets aren't kept. So, I don't want to make you feel guiltier than you already did. Honestly speaking, it could be worse.
Worse.
Yeah, they could have blown up people instead of just ballistas. I mean, a couple of patrolmen, sure, but they could have bombed the city. Worse.
I've turned a peaceful revolution into a violent one.
I can't claim to know much about war, but it seems it'll always end up somewhere, riddled with violence in the end. No?
Why are we here? I came to find my brother, you came to find yours. The others might have better intentions.
No. Alistair didn't even know we were coming to a war front until we sat him down in the war room.
And that's on us.
It is
I
on
don't know
us.
how to do this.
You think any of us do?
No.
Sabi, I came in here with orders, direct orders from a man who
To
could
threaten.
apparently turn me into a pile of human goo to threaten you and make sure you keep silent. And instead, I came here and told you that I don't know what to do. I guess the best thing I can tell you is don't do it again. But I mean, the plan hasn't changed. You go in there tomorrow, you drag him out by his hair, and you bully the shit out of him. I don't.
I can't keep doing this, Varun.
What?
Whatever it is we do, whatever mistakes I keep making, I can't keep trying to be whatever it is I've been trying.
I can't tell you how to handle yourself. I don't understand the way most of you carry yourselves. It's a different track. But if you're unsatisfied with the way you've been handling situations, don't do it the same way again.
I was listening to him talk about answering violence with violence. And I agreed with him. I've been running from that.
Verind pauses for a moment, like this is something she never expected to hear out of Asavi, and I picture her sitting on the end of the bed, and she just like slumps back up against the wall, like, holy fuck, because the puzzle pieces are clicking into place. Like maybe I can actually get the party on board with violence, and then proceed.
And I hate it. I hate it. It scares me so much. And like there's a tone of an anger in her voice that you have not heard.
Understanding.
12 years I ran from that. I hid from it. 12 years and 100 lifetimes now. And I'm failing at running from it because obviously I tried to take the diplomatic way. I tried to take the gentle way out of finding my brother and rescuing him, I thought. But no, I was not trained to rescue. I was not trained to heal. I was trained to cut and kill and scourge, and I was so good at it!
Running from something only works so long as it can't run faster than you can. I'm not saying go unhinged or off the hook or killing with reckless abandon, but it's okay to loosen up on the leash, Asabi. Utilizing your talents doesn't make you a monster, it makes you aware of your strengths.
I didn't grow up in the Empire. I've seen some bad things in my year. Is it worth the violence?
Is it worth the violence? You think I would be going out of my way and throwing myself into danger if it wasn't at least a little bit worth the violence?
I don't know if you've heard Nissa talk about the Everlight.
Believe me.
Redemption. Forgiveness. So confusing. Maybe she's changed, but I am born of the blood of one of her greatest weapons, and we punished.
I can't claim to be well versed in the ways of redemption, or patience, or second chances, but to me it seems simple. There is a line. People who haven't reached it can be brought back, and people who have crossed it are cut down. I'm not saying you should needlessly murder everyone who crosses your path.
No, that's not my
But sometimes there
point.
is a place for it.
I think everyone has their jobs. I was trying to be the person who brings people back. That's not my job. I don't know if it was ever meant to be. And I've been so scared of doing what I'm supposed to do that I was good at. What if I cause worse harm to people who don't deserve it? Those guardsmen didn't deserve to get exploded by fire. And who knows what else would have happened if...
It seems you have a lot to think on, and I don't want to let my words muddy your thoughts. But
Your words are so much clearer than my thoughts.
it's all an act. Think on this. Don't act rash. You'll punish yourself later if you jump to something so out of character for you without really deliberating on it. But there's nothing wrong with accepting what you're good at and putting it to use to help the people who need help.
Are you okay?
I will be. Currently, it's not myself that I'm concerned about, no?
Didn't seem a happy family reunion.
It was happier yesterday.
Alright. You trust him?
I did once. With everything. I still do. He's the only person I've ever known to understand me before. And she just starts worrying with the ring on her left hand.
I thought Nisa was that way.
You don't know if he sold you out. Savi, he's in an Empire facility. There's 100 ways they could have gotten such information without it coming right from his mouth.
Why would they be looking? Why
Your
would
brother
they
shows up out of nowhere
volunteer it?
7 months ago, just blinks into existence, and suddenly they establish a lab on astral research and time. I wouldn't trust him either. Don't jump to conclusions. In the wise words of my brother, sibling relationships are hard.
Know how I'm gonna get any more sleep tonight?
I don't know either, but you better make sure you do. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow, and you have a brother to berate. And she pats her on the shoulder twice.
All right.
You'll figure it out. You're intelligent enough to not get caught up in your own head all the time. It'll come to you.
Thanks.
Right, and she just leaves.
All right. So,
It's easy to have siblings, just don't have siblings. So how is it easy, you guys?
a night of rest is had, which for you, Alistair, is only cut short by like a small amount of time, as all of a sudden you are awoken as you hear a familiar voice in your mind all of a sudden spring to life. You just hear, "Hello, dear buddy. I received a strange letter for Gwyn today. We'll keep it for you until you get back into town. Happy travels!"
Pumat soul, you mad lad.
Pumat. Oh, that's great.
You just like jolt awake as you hear Pumetzel's voice in your head.
Oh,
Because of the time difference.
Yeah.
he is our friend,
Alistair,
guys.
Alistair blinks for a few seconds. He understands how sending works, right? Like,
You have a
an innate
Savi
understanding?
and Varin in the party.
I've
yes.
seen that, but I'm saying, but the thing is, I've never seen the people responding back. I need to know if sending lets them know you can respond back.
Sure.
It does? Okay,
Yeah.
then he will respond back with, "Oh, good morning, Dumont. Thanks for telling me. We'll get it when we visit."
That's it. No other sendings.
He's just confused for a second. He's like,
Yeah.
okay. Get up and start getting dressed and whatnot.
Yeah.
Armor on, you know.
The rest of you, because of your late time getting back into the groove of sleep and eventually finding you, wake up a little bit later, but nonetheless, you guys wake up rested. To what degree is up to you, how well you slept. And you have the morning ahead of you before eventually set out to enact this plan of infiltration. What do you wish to do?
Yeah, when do we gotta leave?
Oh,
Ugh.
we
Oh.
should probably leave early in the morning so we can get as early in the morning as we can so we can prepare for the setup. But additionally, before we even reach there, we need to go get the alchemical explosives. Correct?
Correct. Well, no, you don't have to get those. They are waiting for you,
Okay.
as they were meant to be. With a small, bifolded piece of parchment with instructions from the alchemist. Which, as you guys kind of wake up and get moving, you see already awake the inner circle kind of exit out of the war room after what appears to be some sort of meeting. And they just kind of greet you. Well, Grom greets you warmly. The Aarakocra just saunters by without a word. And Theron, actually, they walk over to you, Nissa. And just hear, can I have a word with you?
Sure. In private?
Of course.
I'll follow wherever they lead me.
Okay. They lead you closer towards the drow encampment, into the larger tent. And you saw that they had their own kind of planning table in the day prior. And they just turn and look at you. This will be very brief. For my own peace of mind, I need to make sure that your group will still uphold restraint when going into this place and attacking this caravan on the road.
I don't know them for too long, but as far as I'm concerned, and what I've seen of them, they don't strike me as the type to go doing murders unless they are for self-defense. One of them might be conflicted for reasons of her own, but
We are all conflicted this morning, trust me.
I can do my best to sway them and see. I wasn't happy with what I've heard yesterday. He spoke from a very high pedestal, which probably he deserves. I can't claim to know what he went through. I can only claim to know what I went through.
He has
And I don't want to go back there.
He has garnered our respect and allyship, but what he proclaimed last night, that is not why we are here at all. So,
Let me ask you,
of course.
how many people do you think like you? And your people?
Not as many as I would like, but the vast majority, I would say.
And what are the chances that they refuse to continue following this path if they don't want the violence that the Shard King seems to want now?
They will do what their queen demands. And if the Shard King continues his partnership with her, well, they will follow.
And do you think that the Queen would benefit from this violence? Probably yes.
Our Lady has her own prejudices towards the Empire, so But she also understood that war brings death. And a needless one. Needlessly violent. That does no good for anyone, so... I cannot speak on the nature of the arrangement, but... For now, I will continue to carry out my orders and do my part, but where I am controlled, you people are not. Some restraint, some modicum of hold on the belief that we can do things differently. I would very much appreciate that.
You know, maybe you're not in the same skill as it claims to have been. I will not discount what he said. But I know what the Empire does to people. I once had the shards on my own arms and I was told to kill. I had a target. And I would face them. And they would look at me begging for mercy and I would just snuff their lives away with no regret. Because I believed that was the right thing to do. The ends justified the means. We're building a better empire. We're building a better world. Go to the next target. And then she will, like her fingers will start becoming black on the tips. And the necrotic energy is going to coalesce as if she demonstrates what she can still do. And then she will close her hands. By applying the same method, we become like them, and that is not why I was given a second chance. I will do my best.
I'm sure you will.
I don't
You
want to
seem
even touch.
Seem to have a fondness of our culture, so this is why I came to speak with you. If
I
you could
loved
do
greatly
me,
one of you.
if you could do me one other favor, however,
Whatever you want.
I understand the Feathered One requested that Orion be put into your service. Check on that boy, he is a good one. I want to make sure he is alright.
I'll talk to him. Thank you for the trust. One of you once showed me that there's a lot of lies that are told in the name of war.
Trust me, there's much propaganda on both sides. As I said in our first meeting, we are trying to rebuild bridges.
And this would break them. I don't want to even think about the consequences if the Empire finds out that the Queen... You have to alert the Queen. It might be fruitless and pointless, but some of you have to alert her. And if that is her decision, then she made her choice, I suppose, but...
Right. Well.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and good luck today. And
Thank you for the trust.
I do not recognize the iconography that you wear around your neck, but say a little prayer for the soldiers, huh?
I started yesterday. I plan to finish today.
And they just turn and look back towards the table.
I'll turn back and go around if I see pyres or anything that they're done for the soldiers. I will stop and do my little uh ritual that I always do for the dead.
Alright.
Connect a little bit with the wild mother, with the wild mother. Oh my god, with the Everlight. Wrong deity. I once was a paladin of the wild mother. Okay, guys, that
Yeah.
was my last god.
It'd be like that.
Um,
It'd be like that.
yeah, and I will turn and try to see if I can spot Orion, but we can do it later. We can circle back on that.
Okay. Um, Alistair, you easily look over um the uh the barrels, and they're not put together yet. There is the actual barrels themselves, and then there are the glass apparatuses and the drip system in separate containers. Um, they are bound by these like heavy rope that you can kind of carry like a backpack, like a backpack crate type situation.
Wonderful.
And everything is kind of padded with like straw and hay and like small little kind of like a wall of dirt within the crates to keep everything from shifting too much.
How much do each crate weigh? Does each crate weigh?
Well, within the crate itself are the 4 barrels, and then there's a smaller bag with cloth and stuff to wrap around the glass apparatuses. The one crate itself weighs roughly close to 100 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful.
But the bag is like negligible. It's like 3-4 pounds. It's fine.
Mhm.
What are the rest of you doing, by the way, as you're making your preparations?
Dameron's going to hang around Alistair probably.
Does he
If
say
you'll let him.
anything?
Alistair,
Yes.
how do you really feel about all this?
Horrible.
I'm not afraid of fighting the Empire, but I don't want to fight a war. That's not why I'm here.
That's
But
not why I'm here either, buddy.
I still feel we need to be here. You know, do you feel it?
I don't feel any pull to stay here after we've helped these prisoners. No.
I feel there's something we don't know. There's something else. But yes, I will not leave those innocents.
What do you plan to do after? Are you going to stay?
I don't know. I feel like something else is about to be revealed.
See. But you should take some time and think about it while we walk. About what you're going to do.
You know, Cord spoke to me in the mountains.
I saw you too. You and Asabi out there shouting at the sky. But nothing about it.
He told me that we're on the right path. That's all I know.
On the right path doesn't mean it ends here. You shouldn't get caught up in prophecies. We can hardly understand anything that we see. Our just simple decisions. Don't think too hard on what the gods want. Go in the direction you think is right.
I think this is both right and wrong. How am I supposed to deal with that?
It's up to you.
Then we'll keep moving and see what happens.
Inaction is the only incorrect answer.
Then I'll just continue helping Alistair with whatever he's doing.
Okay. As you guys are sitting there, and he spots you, Alistair, kind of looking over and inspecting the crates, Whoosh approaches you.
Oh.
And he just kind of nods his head at you politely and kind of gives a more kind of like friendlier kind of. I know this guy kind of nod at Dameron. And you just hear him go, "Yeah, right. So basically, I'm gonna be, I kind of patrol the western battlements, but normally, if it's the morning, I'll be in the barracks. So wherever you send can find me there."
Out of character. Whose voice was that?
That was Joseph's.
Joseph's dog.
Joseph.
Okay, so the mole.
Yes.
Okay. I was wanting to make sure. I thought it was. What did he say? The Western Barracks and the Western Wall and the barracks.
In the mornings, and he can be found.
Correct. In the mornings, he can be found in the barracks, but essentially his shift's like midday, and he'll be on the western battlements. That's where he patrols.
So we probably won't be going there for the delivery. Yeah, is that what he's saying?
No. Essentially, what you can gauge is Whoosh is letting you know the two
Just where the
places
mole is?
that he knows where the mole will be. Who will then?
Okay.
Because the mole is the one who's going to tell you where to plant the bombs.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just out of character, because I have a terrible memory, can I get a quick refresher of like exactly what the plan was, like who we decided was going to do what? Because I know in character we talked about it a day ago, but I'm.
So to my knowledge, this is what's going. We're going to go and we're going to ambush this delivery. We're going to put on their armors and stuff like that.
Yeah, their tavern.
Head over to deliver it. When we do that, Savi and Alistair are going to try and get a conversation with the captain using the term "the crown is buried."
Yeah. I wrote down the stuff about that.
Meanwhile, you guys will begin to offload the delivery, like go and put it away. Indrid, at this point, as soon as we get the bullshit that we're looking for, the stone, the crystal, Indrid's going to set off fireworks. That he's going to, go carry off to the roof while invisible, whatever, right? He's going to set off fireworks. When that explodes is when things are happening. The army will march. While everyone starts getting hectic, so you guys are going to try and slip down the stairs, and we're going to go meet down after you. We're not going to go together. We're going to split off. You guys are going to go handle the innocents,
captives,
while Asavi and Alistair are going to go plant the bombs.
Plant the bombs, yeah.
Once that happens, we have to play it by ear. If the people fall back into the facility, we're going to send a message off to the tunneling people, the worm riders.
Yeah.
They're going to come to the pig pen, and we're going to escape through a tunnel.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're going to go
to the
battlements.
And then get lifted up by
the Sky Rippers.
You have sending? You have sending to... I was about to ask today. You're a warlock. You have it all the time. Okay, cool.
I have it all the time.
Yeah, make sure you have the right spells prepared today.
I prepared sending.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't have a lot of combat spells, so please carry me. That's what I'm saying.
Sometime in the course of the morning, just getting prepared. Asabi comes down in her full armor and breastplate and shield, and she's ready to go. Pretty stone-faced, doesn't say a word to anyone. Until she catches Alistair just off to the side at some point. Alistair.
Morning.
I'm sorry.
What for?
No, you didn't want to. No, you didn't want to be near a battle.
It isn't your fault, Asabi.
Of course it is. Just get back
Asabi.
on the.
You wanted to see your brother. It's not your fault. Last night, while unfortunate, ended in very few casualties. You weren't the one to decide to turn this into a bloody battle, and we could have still ended it with as little as possible. It's not your fault.
I'll help you set as many charges as I can. And I can call for them, but I'm not leaving that fort without him.
We'll get your brother, don't worry.
Not what I meant, but are we ready to go? Just gonna move on.
Is Orion around?
Huh?
Yeah, Orion would have been in the common area when you guys all come down, and he would have tried to say good morning to everyone. And good morning. The elk is exceptional today. Would you like some for breakfast?
I love this boy.
Yes. You
And
should
he
get a good
can
meal
he
before you
can
leave.
see that everyone's somber, but he's still trying. And once everyone goes their ways, and sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Al, but once everyone goes their ways, he'll kind of just pack up all of his stuff, and he'll just be waiting in that same spot for you guys to get the go ahead to go.
Yeah, I want to circle back and catch him first before everyone else. Hey, um,
Good morning. How
Good
are you
morning.
doing?
um, do you? I think I was wanting to show you the rituals I do to the dead. Maybe you would be interested in that.
I would love to. I have heard of these things. Ah,
Follow me.
oh my compass! I cannot believe I am going to work with Nisa.
I love it.
I'll take him towards one of the whatever they are doing for the
It's-
guards that fell.
It's graves, yeah.
Yeah. And I'll go through, explain him what I do. I settle down. I say a prayer to the Everlight. I pray for their souls to reach whatever, if they are not like to get redemption and blah blah blah. I'm not gonna go into that because that's not the point. At some point, she's gonna turn to him and say, "I've noticed you were a bit conflicted. Your head might be spinning around in doubt of what you do, what you think is right."
I am not conflicted. I know that these people were good people, and even though I do not pray to your God, I do think this is the right thing.
What do you think is the right thing, Orion?
Are we talking about these graves?
No. No,
Oh.
we're not.
What are we talking about?
About the mission, the
Oh.
freedom, the Shard King, and what he said. I noticed you were not. You are young. And sometimes you might look upon people and think that you should follow their lead. I want to know what you think.
He'll kind of stand there and kick the dirt a bit, or the snow, or whatever's beneath his feet, kind of looking down, almost as if like a child's is in the middle of getting chastised.
Yeah.
Oh, she's very calm and gentle. She's not.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But this is just his demeanor, when being asked like his own thoughts and things like that. And so he'll look to you in the eyes after a few seconds. I just want to help. I do not know what to say. I look up to you and the rest of the team, the team that I am part of, and I do not want to give you a. I want to be part of the team. I do not want to leave a bad impression. So I agree with whatever you say.
You must have a thought. Don't be afraid of saying them. I'm not going to judge you for it.
And he'll look over his shoulder when you say that, and he's like, "These people, they have come to be my family, and I must confess that it was not easy to watch my friends and my family die, and I can understand why they want this vengeance, and I can understand why they want to seek out revenge. But again, like I said, if you do not want to do that, I want to be on your team.
So, I want you to think about the feeling that you had when you saw friends dying. Focus on it. Now
Looks
think.
uncomfortable.
Now think that some of those gods are not there because they believe in it. They are there because it's their livelihood. And that they have families inside of the Empire, maybe in Rexentrum, maybe in Blumenthal, maybe in Blade Garden, that are going to feel exactly that. When they figure out that, for some reason in a war that they didn't probably sign for, they were just trying to make coin. That their families are not going to come back, that their loved ones are not going to come back. They will feel the same thing as you do now.
I understand what you are saying, but my brothers and my sisters, they know why they are here. They know that this hour can be their last hour, and we are here for a reason. I understand and respect what you are saying. I think you have great wisdom, and I look forward to learn from you. But we know why we are here. We know
Do you?
what happens when no one is there to oppose, when no one is there to protect those who cannot be protected.
I want to insight check him. Is this what he really believes in?
Roll an insight check.
19.
That's your
Yeah.
call, Orion.
Yeah. You can tell like some of what he is saying is maybe like a little rehearsed, but somewhere deep down there, like this is stemming someplace from a place of truth. Maybe the verbiage is a little drilled into his mind, but you can tell he has a genuine passion about it.
I'm going to put a hand on his shoulder and say, what if there was a better way? One that it didn't involve getting your hands dirty or killing people that don't deserve to be killed. Which path would you prefer to follow?
It is my great honor and it is my goal to travel as many paths as possible, but the path that you are talking about, a path with no murder and a path with everyone is innocent and no innocent people die, that does not sound like a path that exists. It is not real.
Not completely, but not impossible.
I know firsthand that this is not possible. I know that even when there is no one there to say no, to defend, to be their shield, that even bad stuff happens. I know that I cannot stop this bad stuff from happening, but if I can save one person, that is all I want to do with my life.
And that's a good spirit. And that is the spirit I'm trying to preserve in you by having this talk. You don't have to dirty your hands with blood to bring justice or do what's right, Orion. You are a good soul. Keep it that way.
It looks like he was about to say something, and then when you say that he was a good soul, he like genuinely blushes up. His gray skin kind of fills with blood rushes to his cheeks, and uh, I am only doing what I would want others to do for me. Thank you, Nisa. I appreciate it. And thank you for all of this knowledge. I would never thought in a million dreams I would be able to do rituals with you.
Next time, even if you're not connected to her, you could follow it. She would appreciate it. And she'll hold her symbol. Because she always keeps it tucked inside when she's an empire, but not here she's free to show it.
I would love to follow any path. I I will look forward to it as long as you will teach me.
I'll be glad to. Now we have another grave to tend to. Let's go before we have to go, shall we? And
Yeah,
she'll
and
lead
he's
him
going to like start to run towards the next grave area, and then he's realizing what he's doing, and then he'll like slow down more respectfully. But you kind of see he's a little speed walking because he wants to get there and do some of the things that you taught him like firsthand type thing.
Yeah. She will
Is he
teach
doing the
him.
Dameron walk?
The Dameron walk?
um no, I think at this point like he would try to emulate Nisa, so however Nisa walks, like, but he'll do it like quicker, like 1.5 speed.
1.5
She I love this for him.
It's a strange thing because she's very, like, her look is very feminine, but she has a powerful walk.
It'll throw him off for a second then.
Yeah.
And
looks
then
like a lady.
yeah, it'll throw him off for a second. You'll kind of see like he may slow down a bit just so he can like walk pace with you and keep like out of this corner of his eyes look how you walk. But once he feels confident with it, he'll kind of resume that 1.5 speed.
Yep.
Walking in fast forward.
And she would just teach you the things that, and she would say that this is not something that you learn in the church, that there's no temples left for the Everlight. The only one that she would know of is in Vasselheim. And she would tell you a bit of the story of her goddess and how she was considered a betrayer, and then how that she became the redemption, and then how her cult is scattered. And she would tell you a little bit of history about what she knows of the Everlight.
And he'll absorb it all, sitting there with the biggest grin, and you'll see he'll occasionally like pause and like make a mental note of something, and after that knowledge dump, he'll he's like, I think that it is admirable for others to walk paths that others find too hard. It sounds like the Everlight has walked a road covered in glass that others will not appreciate. And for that, I appreciate the Everlight.
I'm sure she appreciates you too.
Yeah, and he'll just ooh the rest of the time.
Come on,
I love him.
let's not get late. I'm sure we'll bring him back.
Anyone else? I think Bryn alone hasn't really said anything for the morning. Are you doing anything?
I'm picking spells at the breakfast table, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I read once she's completely alone. I don't. I read some cards, and then I stuff them away.
And I just pick spells the rest of the morning. Yeah.
Which cards do you read?
Mull over all. I'll kill you. That's my secret.
Wow.
And then she's just mulling over all of the different things that she.
What if you
whatever
told us the
comes,
secret
the night
point
before.
right, point left?
No. My secret.
Point right, point left.
Right, point left. Yeah. Other than that, mostly keeping to herself.
All right.
Hold on, wait. I want to consult the group, guys. I want to do something really dumb that could potentially make me less useful later, but I want to do it so bad. I'm not telling you what it is, but do I do it? I want to do it so bad.
Yeah, do
Always
it.
do it.
Do it.
Is it
If
for
you
RP
have a chance.
purposes?
Oh, it's absolutely for RP purposes. I
Yes.
want to know. Okay, cool.
If you have a chance to
100%.
do something
First I wanna
stupid, you
ask-
take it.
From what the information that we got about the caravan and the ambush was, when we ambush the caravan, we should be roughly maybe over an hour outside of the facility.
Correct.
Or no, is it actually
Yeah.
gonna really- Okay, guys, it's fine. I can just cast a spell and then short rest later. It's fine. I'm gonna walk over to where the wizard started raining fire from the sky.
Okay. Oh shit.
It's time.
I love the oh shit too.
Oh, Tim, you know what's up, bud.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know
I
what's
do.
coming. I want to know so bad. I want to use my cool new spell, you guys.
Back on
That was
me.
great.
And I'm gonna get my silly
I find
little
it funny
bowl of water.
that Tim does that face when he created the problem to begin with.
Yeah,
He
you know.
created the problem. He created the problem.
I am my own worst
There's
enemy.
what problem? There is no problem here.
I get my silly little bowl of water, and I cast my silly little Echoes of the Past spell. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but based off of the description of the spell, it says battles, murders, or the creation of powerful items would be significant. So I'm assuming this is significant. And it
Yes.
happened yesterday, so it would also be recent.
Yes.
And I know the names of 2 people involved, so that's a plus 10 modifier to the D100.
Yes.
Let's go, baby! What you said for specific time and range, it is +1 to 2 plus 10. I don't know where you wanna throw it in there, but
Hold on. You also have the chart things there, so wouldn't that be another plus 10?
I do.
Related
That is a
object?
related object. Tim's gonna bully the shit out of me.
Oh, this is great. I didn't expect this spell to get used so early, but it's
And you have a specific event that you're looking for. That you
And
can
I
name.
do. Well, I don't know if
And
I
you
have
have
like a
the
name for
specific
it.
time and the time range.
Yeah. So I'm leaving it up to him for the sliding scale of 1 to 10 for the time range. So you just tell me the full number that I add to this D100 roll.
the specific time and range would also be plus 10 because it happened yesterday and you're sitting right in the epicenter of it.
Let's go!
Plus 10. Plus
Yeah.
5.
Fucking
10,
muted.
10, 5.
I love this. Look at this.
10.
Oh,
Plus
That's
35?
25. So plus 35 for
secretly
the
love
D100
it.
roll?
you secretly love
Damn,
it.
you
Come
love
on.
it so much. I could
You
roll
secretly
a
love
1. 1D100 plus 35.
105.
105, baby! Let's go!
105.
What's the threshold you need to meet? Like,
Well,
100.
for all of the information that I want, which I'm going to get who, what, where, when, and how, it would have to be 61 to 100 because it was significant and recent.
I guess.
oh
But you
shit!
got 105.
I got 105.
I suppose.
Go off, sister. Oh, man.
So because it is a strong reading,
Mhm.
you have a clear vision revealing as much information as possible. So
Guys, this was worth it. I'm feeling good. Okay.
here's what happens. Bryn, as you're sitting there, you have your wooden bowl inlaid with silver, which I'm assuming you already had because you're a fucking witch.
I have so much shit in my backpack, yeah.
And purified water. Take a minute, focusing, casting. Just sit there and focus, calling on this strange new divination magic. Begin to hear this faint, almost snapping sound, like this rhythmic kind of just fills the entire space. And as you open your eyes, you watch as all around you, everyone in the vicinity stops. It begins to go in reverse. Everything. The sun slowly begins to set. Dawn turns to night. The stars shine back out. You see clouds moving in reverse. You watch as where you're sitting, bursts of fire seem to immolate quickly and then diminish and shoot back up into the sky. And then it pauses. What information would you like to know?
Oh man. So how much of a time frame before the event happened do I get? Do I see them blinking in here? Like showing up? I want to know the lads.
You would see all the significant events that happened in this specific time point. So, if you wanted to see that, yeah, you would have seen 3 figures up in the clouds appear. Just kind of hover above the clouds silently.
They don't speak? Or is it that I can unhear them speak?
No, there are no words. The only thing you hear is like the mumbling incantation of verbal components.
Right.
As they begin to rain fire down.
Okay. Basically I want to know what happened between the time that we managed to push our way to the front and, you know, the beginning. They showed up. And then if I can get the other 2 people's faces that I didn't see before they got blended into one person's smoothie.
Make a perception check.
Fuck.
9. From what you can tell, they are both also elvish in nature. But you can't really make out details from this distance. However, as this all is happening, you look down at your hands and you see, hovering about 1.5 inches above both of your palms, are these glowing white runic glyphs. And you look at them, and you kind of put your hands out and begin to twist and shift, and you watch as things rewind and then go forward, and then you kind of thrust your hands down and you begin to lift up within this vision, this echo of the past.
Okay.
And you push forward, and as you do get a clearer look of their faces, you don't recognize them. They're definitely elvish.
Yeah.
All 3 of them are men. None of them have crystals in their arms. At least from what you can see, their arms are covered by long-robed sleeves.
Right.
You kind of tinker with it and play it as you hear that loud gust of wind shoot through the cloud, kind of going right through you, but it doesn't do anything to you, kind of catching you off guard. And you watch as Vazrim, the Shard King, stops about 5 feet from the 3 figures. And you hear in Elvish, "Sorry, lads. It's nothing personal." Before the shards begin to glow, the light begins to emanate from his eyes, and the scene plays out.
Okay. Man, that's fucked. Okay.
It's the sexiest spell I've ever seen.
It's so fucking cool, you guys. This is so worth it.
4th level,
Even
pretty
though I
fun.
didn't recognize them and I don't know any of them. I really didn't get anything new, but God, is it so cool.
This could be useful to some of us so badly.
Yeah.
So badly.
What, was it just Fireball that they were casting?
Yeah, it was just Fireball. You immediately recognize the components. Yeah. However, one thing you did notice, and you definitely noticed this during the event too, and you also noticed it in the war room.
Yeah.
Vazrim, when he uses magic, doesn't display any verbal
No, yeah,
component,
no,
somatic gestures. It just happens.
Yeah.
Bitch, he's useless.
I don't know how far I can use the rewind buttons, basically. But did something happen?
I think you have a minute, right?
A minute, yeah. Did something happen before they showed up that drew them here, or did they just seem to?
They just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
All right.
Alcia, wipe that smug expression off your face.
I'm sad. I'm sad because it means I was wrong.
Necessarily, but it means that I
Not
can't see that you're
necessarily.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and then I know the how, I know the when, I know the where. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm gonna get anything else that I can.
No, it was a very like localized, very quick.
Yeah.
Everything
Exactly.
happened in the span of like 25 seconds. That was...
Exactly. Okay, cool. Obviously I'm going to sit down on the floor so I don't die. And then the spell drops.
Yeah, as the spell drops, you watch as everything, and you hear as a snapping kind of goes away, and everyone, all of a sudden, you're just assaulted by sound as everything just picks back up. But people are in different places. You realize the time didn't freeze for them; it froze for you.
She sits there for a while, just staring into her silly little bowl of water before she will straighten herself out and get up. Huh. Guys, that spell is so fucking cool.
That's so sexy.
I can't wait to abuse the shit out of this spell. It's so cool.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck.
good.
That was very sexy.
I love that.
It's a really cool.
Can't wait to make a divination wizard and take that spell. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, right?
Can't wait to
Wild.
be best friends with Varin and, ask her to cast it for me at some point.
Savi used to be able to do that. Good damn.
So yeah, there you go. Anything after that, Varin, or is that it?
No, that'll probably be it.
Okay. Well, a cart pulled by oxen is provided to you all for your travel along the road to get in position for the ambush. And if there is nothing else you guys wish to do in Barovtkra, you all load up the bomb crates and everything in tow and begin to head out of Barovtkra on your infiltration mission. And we're going to take a quick break.
3. Oh, with weapons too, yeah.
Oh, by the way, be right back screen.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
No way.
Yeah, it's there.
I see no BRB screen.
Do you not?
Damn it, it's a stream delay.
I hear someone.
What?
I mean, alright, you're muted.
I've been outplayed!
Yeah?
Yeah.
Look
All
at
right.
this fantastic, beautiful be right back screen, you guys. There's
Oh my
neon
god.
lights.
It's very
I'm
loud.
gonna cry. It's the
Um,
neon lights. Oh, so
All right.
happy.
Pretty cool.
The beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, Al made that this morning in our delirium.
I did it in no joke, like 20 seconds flat,
Yeah.
as a joke because Tim. I'm like, "What do you want, Tim?" He's like, "Rainbows," and Hales was like, "Fire," and I went, "Okay, done."
Yeah, because like
All right.
throughout 2020, I've joked that we had BRB with neons, and you did it. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
It's that loud.
Alrighty then.
Wild.
But yes, I'm removing the husband application. I don't want him anymore. You can have it.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Nah. Mm-mm.
Rude.
Wow.
This is a drow simp, bro. Oh.
Yeah.
She's a drow simp. But she's very open-minded. She would not be against being a high elf simp, but she doesn't want cray cray.
Wow.
Too much burden. She has.
Wow.
Mhm.
Once you go drow, no other dick is allowed, you know?
Oh
You know?
my fucking god, I cannot stand it.
You just
thing-
had to say that.
Yeah, I did.
Yes,
I
he
did.
had to. He
All right.
has to.
We are back though.
No, the Be Right Back screen is over. It was so beautiful.
Yeah, it was wonderful. It was
It
so...
never comes
I
back
could-
either.
No,
You
that
only
was a
looked at that
one-time
for,
meme.
I love
Damn
you
it.
guys.
But it was so nice. I love
I feel so betrayed, but I love you guys.
So I'm assuming Alistair's driving the cart, as
Who else?
that is usually what happens.
He's the only one who can drive carts.
I mean, everyone can. It's just I'm only asking my proficiency if something happens.
Yes. And something always happens.
The only one that has your license.
Yeah, I'm the one with the license.
I'm not old enough, okay?
Yeah.
Alistair would invite Orion to come sit up front with him.
Oh my
Dameron's-
gosh. Okay, yeah. He,
Oh my
totally-
Oh my
Compass?
compass!
Sorry, I was in Phoenix.
Demer's barely smart enough to walk.
That is so very funny.
Orion would jump up, and he would just be asking you all the questions.
All of the
Questions.
questions.
Everything and anything. Like, how long have you been doing this? What is your favorite weapon? What is your favorite things that you do? What is the most dangerous enemy that you have fought? What is your favorite? And he just go on and on and on.
Would answer you about all of them. The weapon one would receive just like I'm not fond of weapons really, but I use a greatsword. You know, everything to do with combat he's not particularly happy with, but he is fine with. You know, if he'll tell what monsters he slays and stuff like that. But if it comes to people, he's like dodgy. You know.
Yeah, he would definitely steer the question towards monsters.
Probably the Mama Dragon is what the most dangerous thing you guys have fought.
Yes. Yes.
Would
The
be
most dangerous thing
definitely-
would be the Mama Dragon. Speaking
You
of what
fought
we
the
tried.
dragon?
How's my egg doing?
Yeah, I was gonna say he would, point at the egg to like reference the fact we have its egg.
Wasn't that literally the same day as we entered Borovgrove?
Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
It
Yeah.
was like an hour beforehand.
Just casually fighting a dragon before.
Casually.
Just casually
Casually.
die before heading into Barovskra. Okay. So, as you guys make your way onto what could pass as a roadway that has been paved or carved out through the snow by the traversing and hunting orcs of Barovskra over several generations, known as the Pale Walk Byway. I think I gave a different name last week. It was the wrong one. I'm sorry. It was from a different world. Because everything's blending into my brain.
It be like that.
Yeah. You guys travel several hours, being once more within the harsh environment of the Rhine Plains. However, because you were pointed to a roadway that the orcs of Barovskra use frequently, you do not come into contact with any of the more wild dangers of the Rhine Plains. However, it is still incredibly cold, so I need everyone to roll a Constitution saving throw. You, Orion, do not have advantage because you don't have winter clothing. Sorry, bud.
Ooh.
Oh no, I forgot
Uh,
that.
Do the people riding in the cart have to make one, or can they bundle up and just stay warm?
Hug.
For the sake of this, because you are in a cart, you probably have to roll one.
Holy! I don't know why I had a.
Oh no! I expected
Wow.
me to have to.
Look
I
at
meant like the
us.
ones sitting in the back where they can hide away.
Well,
Jesus fuck! Never mind. You
it's
guys are
not
pretty.
a.
Who
Yeah,
cares?
it's not a covered wagon. It's opened.
Wasting my natural 20s
Hazel-
with this.
Hazel got as high as she could get.
As
it,
high as
like-
you could
Yeah.
get, yeah. Yep.
You did give me Alistair's talisman.
Yes, you
thing,
have it.
yeah? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just
You just got a 26.
Okay.
yeah, just making sure.
Yeah, you guys are fine.
You've never
Uh,
felt more normal in the cold. Jesus.
You guys are fine. It almost feels at this point you are slowly kind of acclimating to the harsh weather of the Rhine Plains. You continue to push on, following this roadway, looking for this icy, rocky pass that they will have to traverse carefully. Whoever would be helming, looking out for this, or if it's all of you, I need someone to make a perception check.
I can do it if anyone is.
How about
down to
Nissa
help.
does it with advantage?
Yay!
Sure.
You know?
Yes, let's go for it. 24.
Okay. Yeah, and Asavi got a 19. Also, Lane, you're muted. I saw you say something a second ago. No, you were just emoting? Okay, never mind. Alright. You continue to keep an eye out for several hours following this roadway before eventually the roadway itself does come to an end. It does not continue on for all of the Rhine Plains, just to the point where the orcs feel safe enough to continue hunting and then turn back and go in a different direction. However, you do see the faint tire marks or wheel marks of wagons that are mostly covered up by freshly fallen snow, giving an idea that they could be anywhere from several days or several weeks old, depending on how bad it has been snowing in this portion of the Rhine Plains. Continue pushing on for a couple of more hours. I need another Constitution saving throw from everyone.
Guys.
Alistair. Oh no, that's really bad. I'm also in danger.
Wow,
I don't have
15,
good
15.
rolls.
Ryan's
Jesus.
You need it more than me. I will give Alistair a 17.
Varin can roll a 10.
I am in love with you.
Okay, so the only one who fails is Orion.
Oh, fucking
Oh,
Orion
too?
fell
Yeah,
too!
'cause it
God
doesn't
damn
have
it!
advantage.
Yeah, we
doesn't
were in
have
danger.
Oh, he didn't
Yeah.
have advantage. Oh.
I have another one. Guys, this is really bad. I kinda needed it.
Just let him be a cold boy.
But exhaustion, bro! Exhaustion's
Exhaustion,
real not
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
We can't.
What's
Is
the
He's
that
first
the
level?
exhausted.
penalty? Sorry.
Disadvantage on ability checks.
This
So any
first one, yeah.
stealth checks or.
Well, we're not reaching the thing yet. Isn't it a few days away?
No.
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 It is today.
Oh.
It is today.
Yes, no, it's really bad.
Oh.
From the
But I
Maybe
can-
be able to short rest.
But,
But-
yes, for short rest. But for stealth checks for him, I could have him roll a straight roll if I cast invisibility on him.
Okay.
And it's you guys, it's you two that I'm concerned about because the bombs.
It's roughly about 6 hours to the Sheer Break Pass, which I also believe I gave you the wrong name last week about that, because things from the tal'dorei game were bleeding into my brain. I keep confusing the Rhine Plains with the Neverfields because Matthew Mercer keeps creating frozen wastelands.
Yeah.
You know, because of the plans you guys made, it's about 6 hours to the Sheer Break Pass, and then from there, because you are technically moving in the direction and towards the Permafrost Villa, it's only about another hour of travel before you reach the villa.
Oh.
Yeah. So, do you have Orion roll good, or?
I
can't?
can't do it. I
Okay.
need to save it for the crystal.
Alright.
Crystal's the most important thing.
You got it. So yeah, Orion
You could hand over the amulet for now, so he could possibly not fail the
Yeah.
next one.
Because it's not attunement, is it?
Nope. You just if
Oh,
you have
okay.
it on you,
Yeah, I'll give it to him. So you can add a D4 to your save.
+2 AC, and a +1 D4 to saving throws.
It's a witch thing.
So which you have my class feature right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Orion, you're used to the bitterness of Barovtkra. But it's livable. It's insular. There are places where you can go and find warmth. Here in the wild of the Rhine Plains, it is cold, and it is quickly seeping into your bones, and you feel yourself slowly kind of almost getting that, like, almost sleepy sensation that people tend to talk about when they're close to freezing to death. And you're like, whew, yeah, you definitely begin to feel a little exhausted. But seeing the symptoms of this, Farin hands you it's a shield, right?
No, because when he handed it to Varen when he made a new one, he made a small talisman and a folded piece of cloth that hangs around the neck.
Got it. Okay. So Varen hands that to Orion.
Ryan will put it on, his teeth chattering. Thank you, Verin. This is the second thing that you have given to me. I love them all. And he's kind of just like shaking.
Yeah, do we have like a blanket or anything? Fuck.
Also, you can take my cloak.
Vegetation maybe to just warm him a little bit.
Yeah.
Although
You can take my-
Yeah.
he's like not like I don't have prestidigitation anymore, but I think it says warm a non-living matter.
Yeah.
Let
He's
me,
kind
let me.
of
Both.
matter.
I
Yeah,
can
he's
give you my
pers-
bear fur.
yeah, I'll
There is a large-sized bear cloak.
Yeah,
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 Darwin's
but-
gonna give his bear cloak.
I'm giving you my bear fur for now.
Yeah, these are both things we're going to take back from you mercilessly the minute.
We'll get you your own. It's fine.
Yeah, Orion is just looking like
We don't have like extra cloaks or anything in the bag.
he's so excited. And he'll like take Dameron's cloak as well and kind of just wrap himself with it, and he just looks so excited, even though his teeth are chattering, his bottom tusks like hitting the top of his lip.
Why did we not get this kid a winter coat?
I don't
thought
know.
he
I
had
just
I don't
just
know why
thought
he
he
didn't
would
have one. Why didn't he
I
have
just
one?
I
assumed-
literally
Because he
have
lives
like
here.
5 gold into my name. Okay, you just shush.
Oh.
I
Basic-
assumed he would have like gotten one from the camp.
No, because
Standard issue.
because of how they were traveling, it wouldn't have been as intense as you guys. That's why I gave you the option to get winter clothing. For him, it wouldn't have been that intense. There was many a people to keep warm with. There were, people to be prepared with magic for the cold. So yeah, it was a much different experience traveling with a large group than it is just traveling with you guys, with no covered carts or anything. So yeah.
I just
Dameron and
assumed you would
Alistair
have-
cuddle with him. We get advantage.
No, but I want to see that in art.
Yeah.
Bet.
The boys.
It's like Snowy. I don't know if I'm gay. Is this gay?
I'm just gonna
No
slide
homo,
it to
as
my
long as it's-
artist DM.
Yeah, right?
But I also don't want to be the straight guy with a dick in his mouth, you know?
Yeah. That was so. Oh my god.
Nando is a genius.
Like, I'm
Along
Um,
the ride,
Yeah.
Savi wants to talk to Indrid and
Okay.
Alistair probably.
Yeah.
There are fireworks in here. Do we take them out now? How do we get them prepared for you to use them when you need them? I can't just keep them in my bag if you need them outside.
Already prepared. We would just need to give him something to. Oh, he's going to. There's we have those bottles of alchemist fire. Yeah.
Do we?
Oh, for the
Yeah,
bomb?
uh,
For the
explosives?
bombs? Yeah.
Could I transfer just a tiny little bit to like a small vial, or like something that Alistair has to keep it, what's the word? From reacting.
Um,
Like a very small amount.
sure. Do you stop the cart?
Yeah, he would stop the car. He wouldn't be
Okay.
trying to like
Okay.
keep that going.
Just holding the reins with his knee, and you ever been driving
No.
and like you're steering
Driving
with the knee and like eating?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, you stop the car. Go ahead and make an alchemist tools check. This is using dexterity because you're trying to be very, very gentle.
Yes. Someone want to give me guidance?
Guidance.
Man, I forgot you can cast guidance.
Yes, I forget. Because I use mine all the
50?
time because I
15.
abuse the hell
You
out of
always beat me to it.
it. We can guidance 2 people now. We can
Yeah.
double that.
Hell yeah.
You very gently kind of pull out your own tools and make like a makeshift table here. The wind kind of combating your side as you're just kind of very carefully and gently pulling out a small kind of cylindrical thin vial and just ever so faintly drop. Doop.
Okay. And then once that in there, he's going to take out one of his torches,
Mm-hmm.
take out a dagger, and get some of the wood from it.
Okay.
Stick it in, and hand it over to Asabi and says, "Hold that there until it dries. You can strike it against the thing to make it react, and light it with that.
You need a
Um,
tinderbox?
Hopefully not."
Can Indra carry this firework, one of these firework displays?
Full display, possibly, probably not, but one of the tubes, definitely. Right,
Okay.
the tubes themselves, like the Roman candle tubes.
Yeah, they're
effectively,
basically
aren't
Roman
horribly.
candles. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Indra should be able to carry that. He's
Yeah.
lifted heavier shit already.
Yeah. He carries
All
whole
right,
jars
I've
of
got the
olives,
match.
bro.
It's drying.
Yeah,
He needs his
exactly.
olives,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alistair just basically made a little match.
Yeah, I was about to say, Alistair just invented matches, by the way.
I love this guy.
Canon.
Son of
Casually,
a bitch.
casually just invented matches.
Asabi's also
Yeah, he's
gonna
big
take
brain
out
right now.
one of the sets of manacles and put that in her pocket.
Okay.
I'd be very scared with Alcia and an art sort of things that he could come up with.
Fuck, not me.
Having
I
That'd be,
think we should do it.
that'd be
It'd
so
be beautiful.
sexy. Oh,
it would be scary.
oh.
It'd be fantastic.
All right, so we'll have one of the fireworks out to be ready for Indrid, and he's got his little match now, so that should be good. I just want to
Yeah,
make sure we had prepared that.
Okay.
As long as you can carry the Roman firework in the match, which he should be able to, you can turn invisible with him and get to the roof. Once he's set up there, we can just send him a mental message. Hopefully.
With that, you guys get back on the road and continue your travel. For the final 2 hours of traversing towards the Sheerbreak Pass, I need everyone to go ahead and roll a additional and final, hopefully, Constitution saving throw.
Wow, look at
There
that.
we go. God damn.
Wow. Okay.
with all the
What's with
crits.
all the crits? I know. We're wasting it all now.
That was a
when we
lot
need
of
them.
crits.
Yeah.
Listen, when we need them, we're not gonna have it. I'm not happy about this. We should have saved them. Damn it, World 20.
So yeah, you guys continue to combat the cold. Orion, you're still feeling a little chilly, but with the heavy bear cloak and that talisman kind of warming underneath, you're still feeling exhausted, but it doesn't get any more severe.
Oh my god, wait, his save is +6?
Yeah.
God damn it! I wasn't looking at that. I could have made him fast. I feel like enough on me.
It'd be like that.
He's a sturdy boy.
Yeah, Orion will look and he'll kind of feel it's protecting him a bit from the cold, not helping, but still protecting. It's like, Zamrin, this cloak, it is amazing. Where did you get it?
Alistair made it from a bearskin. I think.
Oh my
Wait.
compass, Alistair, you made this yourself?
I think it was Alistair, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I skinned and salted it and let it dry. It's simple tanning.
This is not simple. This is gorgeous. I love it. Of course, I know it is yours, Damran, but this is so there is nothing like this where I am from.
Where are you from?
A city far, far away.
You're
Me
not
too.
from Wildemount?
Vague. Okay.
I am from Wildemount, yes. Are you father from Wildemount?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Isilra.
Is that the one past tal'dorei? Oh
Yes.
my compass, you are so far away from home.
Oh, you
Yeah,
have
more
no
farther than you
idea.
think. Chief.
Oh, wow. Wait until he hears the whole.
Do you
Oof.
do you miss
We're gonna
your
tell you a story,
family?
kiddo.
Sit down and listen.
Nope. Not today.
Yeah, and he'll just continue to compliment and oh my compass everywhere.
Oh,
Oh my
My
god.
compass.
God.
Compass kid, what is it?
The compass is the big bad of the campaign.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the
Compass
chair.
DB.
It's like the chair. Just that the
It's
compass.
eventually it's gonna be oh my compass to oh my.
My compass.
Yeah.
So you guys continue on until both Asavi and Nissa, you both spot the rocky path ahead of you. Just this this like stone cut pathway that looks like it probably used to be steps, but is now like consistently covered in ice and these like sharpened shards of ice just kind of like poke out from different points. You get a sense that the reason they picked this point to ambush is because it looks like, from what you can tell, they most likely, the soldiers, the guards, whoever, most likely will have to actually very carefully lead the beast of burden down detached from the cart and then actually carry the wagon down, because that is just how hazardous the Rhine Plains are. But you guys have arrived. What do you wish to do?
I would like to park the cart out of view, like behind a hill or something, so they can't see it when they're coming down with the beast of burden.
Okay, easy enough.
And then tell everybody, make sure to stay behind the ridges of the snowfalls so that they can't see our prints when they come. We're gonna wait until they bring the beast of burden down and attack before they start taking down the cart.
Do we attempt a pincer strike?
Good idea.
You could try.
Well, if you guys want to set up a actual plan, here you go.
Oh, wonderful.
Ooh, thank you.
I loaded. I was like, it's so blurry. It's not blurry anymore.
It's zoomed in.
Okay.
Okay, so they will be
So-
coming from up here. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So when they
Also, I don't know why I have two different wagons. Sorry. I had to delete
That's
that.
fine.
I think that might have been Yell's wagon at some point.
I love this.
When they were
So
going to
now
ambush
I-
us.
Oh, I never refreshed my hit points. That was
So we want to wait until they bring the beast of burden down first, so that they're kind of out of the way, right? And
No,
then
it's
attack
so
them.
we want them to bring the beast of burdens down first so they can't simply take off. Their cart would be left behind, which is the important part.
Well, yeah. Okay. But we
so they
also
we don't want them to escape either, which means that we
right,
need
because
some
if
people
they
to-
like, if like a random ox just like shows up at the castle gate, they're going to be a little bit like
I doubt the ox will find their way to the castle gate very easily by itself. We
fair.
don't
has the
want
best
the
hand with
people
animals?
to escape.
Yeah.
Probably me.
Probably.
Alistair has
In case,
proficiency in it and a okay wisdom. Asavi, your cloak lets you fly. Comes to whoever calls it. Yes.
Yes.
You can use that to get over to the other side and hide behind these stones, along with somebody else. If you call with our cloak back and forth, that way we don't leave any prints.
Oh, good point.
Oh, that's smart.
Okay.
Practical, but like, how long do we have before they're supposed to show up? 'Cause, like,
Well,
don't really know.
you guys,
don't really know.
you guys did sleep later, but because you went to bed so early, later for you guys would have been like 7 in the morning when you woke up and got going.
yeah.
From what information that the Inner Circle got, the delivery should be arriving at Permafrost Villa either right at dusk or right after it. So you still have a little bit of time that you have to sit
Oh,
and wait.
Okay. How tall are these little cliffs?
Those, because of how I kind of mapped out the steps, the little cliffs are probably about 15 to 20 feet high, roughly.
Okay. Well, we definitely want to cut off the route this direction.
Yeah, away.
Mhm.
That's why I wanted to get to these burns. They couldn't take it either way, but we do want to run back and not let them escape. What I'm thinking is, you and Dameron can hide behind these stones over here to cut them off from the front.
Mhm.
Myself, and Orion can cut them off from the back. Nissa and Varin can both stay near the cliff sides to be able to support with range.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff for me.
Sounds good to me.
So hide behind here.
So
You two would fly there, basically.
Yes.
Also,
And-
Alistair, go ahead and make a stealth check to see if you can hide your wagon. efficiently.
Revolve.
Yes, we'll do so.
Can I help him?
Sure, you can help.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
God. Thank God, because I'm not great at this.
I know, bud. Yep.
10?
Yeah, terrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good to
Oh.
know.
Well,
You hide it to the best of you and Varin's ability.
I wish she could have rolled it.
Shouldn't have helped you. Now I'm gonna look bad. Yeah, I have a better stealth than you by like a lot.
Yeah.
By like
Like
6.
a lot.
Yeah, I know you have
By like 4.
I know you have stuff, so I wish, but God. Okay.
Do we still have the nets? Can we put them up somewhere in case down here?
I think we do still have the. No, I think the nets got taken over with the cart.
Yeah, I
Jumped
think
off
he
the edge.
tossed them. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Alistair, I think, still carrying his own. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, Alistair still has his own. Alistair has 2 heavy duty nets in his inventory. I've lied. Alistair has both heavy duty nets.
In
No
case
wonder
their
he's
Um,
their
a
beasts,
Wow.
in case their beasts run away, can we put up the nets down there so they?
Mhm.
I mean, you can have the net, one of your own nets, and I have one in the back. We can chuck him, catch the beast. Try to, anyways.
Okay, give me one of the nets.
You can have one of the heavy duty nets.
Um,
I'm assuming we're doing all this with fluttering, so we're not leaving prints, yeah? Like
Right.
using the cloak.
Well, just for the sake of fun,
It says it follows.
everyone who's
the
not
person.
everyone who's not flying, roll a stealth check.
So
Wow.
I would still have to walk around, but I can transport people.
Wait,
And
if it goes to, is it attunement?
No.
No.
And then you just,
No.
anyone can call it, follow them, you put it on, they move, then somebody else calls it,
Yeah.
it just back and forth.
No.
Yeah, no,
No?
that's how it works. Yeah. The cloak will follow whoever says the command word until it is spoken again. At which
Okay,
point
so
it drops whatever
y'all
it is
know the
carrying.
command
So you,
Gotcha.
if you tell people the command word, they can essentially.
They can call it.
Yeah, it could heavily be used against you if someone else knows the command word.
I was
They
gonna
just
say,
call it.
y'all are gonna fucking betray me and drop me out of the sky one day.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Basically, the Rintra's cloak works a lot like Doctor Strange's cloak. So.
So are we making the stealth checks?
Yeah.
Oh, that was only if
rolled
we're
We're
not
rolling
flying.
terribly.
Yes.
Yeah, but if everyone can do that, then
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not risking shit. I'm just gonna flutter.
flutter,
Oh,
My
flutter,
stealth
my
is
little
decent.
ones.
if everyone's flying, well, that wouldn't work because the cloak would be too far away from you guys. There is a range to it.
How far is the range?
Like 30 feet. Like it has to be close.
30 feet? So
Yeah.
close. Okay, Asavi would have to fly around.
Yeah.
I'll roll back and forth, but if we have a few hours, it gets steamed. That should be fine, right? It's 20
Yeah.
foot.
Well, that's why I rolled the stealth check. See how well you guys cover your tracks.
Yeah, my stealth isn't bad, but I rolled poop.
Yeah, poop.
Yeah, well, you
I don't know
roll
about
a
you
disadvantage,
guys.
so.
I'm
Yeah,
chilling.
yeah. Rub it in.
Cameron, I feel like you should absolutely not have tested it. I feel like you, of all people, that is literally going in the direction of was a dangerous
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, Darren and I definitely flew down.
Okay. So Varin and Nissa, where are you guys staying? Are you staying behind those snow mounds, right where you are?
Yeah,
same
sure.
yeah.
Yeah. Out of sight, out of whatever.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Like here, maybe.
Natural interest has to be with Alistair.
I will be far from everyone but Viren, but that's fine. That's life.
When you have 60-foot range, as soon as battle starts, you can flutter up here, then
Yeah.
get those people and whatnot.
I have most of my shit is 30, so it's a
Oh.
nightmare. Yeah. Well, healing is 60, but a lot of
Okay,
my
that's what I thought it was.
Cameron
Okay.
and I and Alistair have healing. We'll be PG.
Oh no, I'm not thinking about the healing. I'm thinking about the other things that I can help with, and it's all 30.
Look,
Yeah, don't blow
there-
your spell slots too early.
yeah,
That's
that
fine.
was also one of the things Alistair said. Is you two mages specifically, I can't get back on short rest. He did recommend you guys effectively only using cantrips until we get to the base, because if there's gonna be mages there, we're gonna need casters to counter him.
Yeah. That's why once we get this cart, I'm gonna try and short rest for my 4th level slap back.
Okay.
Savi has definitely got her shield and whip out.
Yep, shield out.
Yeah, I think Orion already has disadvantage, so he's just gonna have his armor on as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to re-click the armor because I had unclicked it.
Oh yeah. Should I should probably let him keep the amulet for the ambush, and then I'll take it back for when we actually need to be.
Yeah, when you need it. I was just gonna take it back right now for right now because I
Oh, yeah, sure.
We're gonna ask the bar from you, Ryan.
Oh yeah, he'll
We're
definitely
just
give it to
bopping
you.
around on it.
Yeah, this is a really good class ability. 10 out of 10.
So you guys set up, cover your tracks as best you can. Now, because you're hiding, I need a separate stealth check for just hiding.
Oh.
Damn. All right.
Could we possibly have edge because we're hiding behind these massive things?
What the fuck is
No.
going on with me
No,
today?
I have not.
I'm gonna guidance Cameron. Guidance
Okay.
Cameron.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, my plan fell apart the second I had armor on.
Ugh.
I still only get a 9.
I mean, plus 6, but the shit
Oh,
rolls.
it doesn't matter. Me and
Ugh.
Dameron ruined this the second that we had armor on. Like,
Yeah.
It'd be like
You
that.
still rolled better than I did. Well, almost.
We need to enchant our armor to be stealthy.
Yeah.
Should-
Give
should
Plum
cast
out a
silence.
call. I think I have silence. Wait, I think I do actually have silence.
I did say I was gonna prepare silence, so I have silence, but
You do. You have the traps
yeah.
in too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do not have
guys,
silence.
maybe they'll botch their perception. I doubt it, but maybe.
Maybe.
What if it's perception? It goes to defender, or does it go to? If they were to roll the same number. Just maybe. Per se.
It would be defender, yeah.
I think we'd be the
Okay.
defender, right? Against
Yes.
being
Yes. Yes, we would.
So you guys sit there and wait. Time goes on. Vren, you can take a short rest if you wish.
Oh my god, wait, hell yes.
However, because you are not moving, I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw. Still are in the Rhine Plains.
I'm gonna die. Let's see.
Oh my fucking god.
They'll be coming back to the
Sucks.
line planes.
This sucks. We like
Double 8.
yeah. Orion and I fail. Which can happen, but I can't see him.
Okay.
So
You save yourself, Vren?
I mean, because I can't see him, can I?
No. Well, what's your passive perception?
14.
No, you can't see him.
Guys, don't be selfish. No, I guess. No, wait, no, the traps. I need to find the traps.
I was about to say, aren't you gonna be the one that?
Yeah,
goes-
Yeah,
you
I
do
need to find the traps. Okay, I
and
rolled a
find the
19.
people. So I don't
Yeah, I
think that's
rolled a
self-control.
19.
Okay. Orion, you gain a second point of exhaustion.
You poor motherfucker.
You
I'm
are
so
in danger.
sorry.
You're in danger
Poor
now.
kid.
Mhm.
We're all in danger.
Speed
What's Super
half.
of Exhaustion do? Half speed? Yeah.
Half
Have
speed.
speed
We
and
are all
disadvantage
yeah.
on attacks, I think.
What?
I think it disadvantage attacks in 3. I think it's just half speed and disadvantage and skill checks. Isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's just speed halved. Yeah.
Yeah. First one's ability checks, disadvantage. Second one's half speed. Third one is disadvantage on attack rolls, I believe.
Yep. And then
Okay, so when we get to the facility, I haste Orion so he can walk as fast as all of us.
Alright. You guys continue to wait a couple of hours.
Oh god.
And then all of you kind of begin to hear these somewhat cheery voices, all in unison, seemingly singing a song of some kind. And you look off towards the horizon and slowly see a cart being pulled by oxen heading in your direction. And you see 4 soldiers in heavy furs, full helmets to cover their face from the biting frost of the Rhine plains. 2 in the driver's seat, and then 2 in the back, just like sitting on crates, seemingly singing some sort of raunchy tavern song. And you continue to approach. You watch as the driver kind of pulls the reins on the oxen. And 2 in the back kind of get off. The one on the passenger side also steps out. And then you all just hear "You're really gonna try and kill soldiers just doing the job? Come out, I saw you."
Are they still off the map?
Nope, they
I'm just
are-
gonna step out.
They have stepped. Hang on, I can actually show you where they are. Up. So yeah, you see them here. This is where they stopped. The oxen like right at the edge.
Okay.
And the 3 soldiers kind of stop and like look up at him, like begin to look around. What? Come on!
Alistair will step out. He does put up a hand for Orion not to follow him, like behind him as he steps out.
I was literally getting ready to move my tokens, so good deal.
He goes step out and say, "To be fair, I wasn't planning on killing you."
Good! I like that. So how about you go back to doing whatever the fuck you were doing behind that snow mound, and we continue on our way.
Alistair feels so bad about this because this man's being like kind of nice. He goes, "I can't do that either because I need your carts and what's on it."
I'm sorry, son. You ain't getting this cart. Not while there's lungs in me breath. I just went ahead and went with it because I fucked it up.
Lungs in me breath, huh?
Breath in my lungs!
Well, I guess he dies then. Sorry. That sucks.
Look, you wouldn't be able to protect this for me. I can promise you that. I've taken on much stronger people than a few guards. But I need this wagon. Now we can let you all walk away in the opposite direction and take this, and nobody has to get hurt. Otherwise, I will have to beat you until you are unconscious, put some manacles on you, and hope you don't freeze to death out here. And I don't want that.
Okay.
Roll intimidation check.
Damn, Icon! Fuck it up! I can't see the other guy.
Crit 25.
Oh my fucking god, never mind.
Natural 20.
I'm gonna roll anyways. Oh, okay.
That's a perfect timing for a natural 20.
Ugh.
I love when this happens.
James stops looking at you and just stares ahead. Oh, I don't believe you can do those things, but you certainly fucking do. I was just out for a stroll with me boys. Now I'm a traitor to the Empire.
If you want, I can give you a real good cock in the cheek and pretend that you got knocked out. You're not a traitor. You just failed.
You think it's much different in their eyes, son?
Sorry.
At least let me keep some of my pride and tell me why you need this fucking cart so bad. All it's on it is food, stuffs, and wine.
Alistair is going to look at him and then look at the cart and is going to walk over to it. No, that can't be right. He's gonna. It's tricky me, isn't it? I'm gonna try and open the cart. Like, open up the covered wagon, I'm assuming it is, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna open it up and see what's inside.
Roll investigation check.
Familiar.
18?
18. You begin to look around. You kind of open up a few sealed crates, and you do see several barrels with the lionette kind of logo on it. That you, being an Imperial kid, know is a pretty damn good wine. Around. Open up another crate. See more kind of rations, dry food, some iced meat that has lasted because of the freezing cold of the Rhine Plains, some like flour, stuff to make bread, stuff like that. And a little bit of panic begins to kick in. You kind of dig in further and begin to look through some of the others. You push past some of the other barrels. You can hear the wine kind of shifting and juggling inside, like moving inside of them. At this point, you're like fully inside the back of the cart, just pushing and shoving. You guys see Alistair just disappear into this cupboard wagon. And then you see something strange. You see a bit of miscolored wood right at the corner of the cart, and you go over, kind of looking it over, making sure it's not trapped. Doesn't seem to be. You pull your dagger and just pop a panel off, and behind it, you see these essentially small octagonal discs of a very familiar greenish hue, gently placed, hidden.
Yeah. He's going to pull that out and hold it up to them. This is why. They're using this to do horrible experiments on humans. Cut them open, place them inside,
Alright.
change them.
I've heard a bunch of bullshit about the fucking Empire, but I don't believe that for a second.
And why was it hidden even from you? You're literally hidden within the walls of your wagon that you weren't allowed to know about.
Let me see that.
I'm not sure you'd understand it anyways. He doesn't look... I don't see a spellcasting component on him, right?
Not any of these guys. These are soldiers.
Yeah, I didn't think so. He'd hand it over.
He looks it over. Kind of flips it in his fingers. Bites it. Hands it back to you. Right. And I'm assuming you're not alone. I think I saw some other colors down there somewhere.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. How many are you?
He will just look back and like nod for them to step out.
We probably
we
can't
see that?
See
Do you hear
Are you
this?
guys not peeking? Oh, you. Then he would turn and like, come out, guys.
Step out.
Okay.
You guys kind
Ryan
of
steps
step
out,
from cover.
and he does a cheesy smile and waves. Hello.
I'm gonna stay hidden. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I'm gonna come out.
I'm weak and fragile.
Keep one ace hidden.
But I'm not gonna approach. I'm gonna just
No,
be
you
close.
didn't expect you to.
So he's still kind of just sitting in the driver's seat, like the reins at his side, just both hands on his knees, just kind of leaning forward. Supposed to be a simple delivery of food.
I'm
You
sorry
let
to
us
do this
take
to you.
it.
Really.
Sorry.
I understand that this is going to have consequences for you. But I promise if this got delivered to them, people would really suffer. Not lack food, not be discriminated against soldiers. They would be tortured. Actually tortured. I'm sorry, I can't allow that.
Well, can you do me one favor since you're robbing me, son? What's your name?
Alistair.
Robert.
He's going to reach forward for a handshake and say, I'm glad you saw reason though, Robert.
I saw the intent in your eyes. Not letting my friends die for some fucking food and weird crystals.
That's the right choice.
It's the politest robbery I've ever witnessed.
I've never been one for crime, I'll be honest.
He steps off the wagon.
We sort of
There's-
need your armor as well.
The armor doesn't matter, right, Tim? It's just the cloaks. We just need the cloaks to have the things.
The tabard, yeah.
Tabard.
Yeah.
The
But I was going to
tabard.
say, there's one last thing. We do need your tabards and any paperwork you might have for this.
You heard him, lads. It's not like we're gonna fucking need him anymore.
I'm gonna look at Orion and see how he's reacting to all of this.
Alright, how you reacting?
Orion is just standing there and literally waving with a smile on his face.
He's like, this went way better than I expected. Hi.
Yeah, because after the conversation, there is a way without violence. I just wanted to check what his reaction was to this.
Yeah, he's loving this. He thinks this is what you guys do all the time.
They begin to untie and unstrap the tabards, pull them off, and toss them on the driver's seat. He reaches into a small pouch and pulls out a trifold piece of parchment and hands it to you. There's nothing on that about fucking crystals, but I'm supposing whoever was supposed to receive this delivery knows what's in it.
And here. He's going to pull out his bag, shuffle through, and offer up literally just a fistful of gold to the man. And say,
That's fucking hilarious.
this should hold you off and your family and your friends until you can get a new job.
I don't need it, son. I can find work.
Sure.
Just whatever you're doing here, make sure you're doing it for the right reasons.
That's the only reason I'm here.
Not everyone in the Empire is a piece of shite.
I know.
Alright, lads. I got a hell of a trip on foot back to camp.
We have a wagon, don't we?
You do, yeah.
Alistair's going to point
Yeah.
behind the ridge and say, there's a wagon over there. It's empty with oxen. You can take it.
Never mind, lads. We got a ride. Take care of yourself, Alistair.
You too, Robert.
Nicest fucking robbery I've ever been part. What the fuck is today? And he makes his way towards the wagon.
Goddamn.
Goodbye. It was my pleasure
Kick
meeting
it.
you all.
That was
I'm
great.
That's
was
how you
easy.
save your hit points, lady.
I'm gonna approach Ryan very quickly and very slowly and say, "See, without violence," and then just walk towards the others.
He's just
Oh.
gonna smile and nod enthusiastically.
Dameron, get these Dameron and Asabi, get these oxen down. Asabi, please, I mean not Asabi, Varin, please help me get the rest of the residuum out of here.
Right.
Before-
Ripping it.
I'll assist her in her investigation so we can get the rest of any of the residuum, like throughout the hidden compartments and whatnot that might be in here.
Okay.
Wait, why are we taking it out?
Yeah,
Because we're gonna be delivering the wagon, it's hidden. I doubt the soldiers there are gonna be like, oh yes, here, pop it open in front of us, right?
Right.
So we take it out now so we don't have to go back later to take it. We need the
No, no,
residuum
no,
out.
no, no.
Oh,
The,
they're taking the
Sky
wagon, aren't
Rippers are
they?
gonna
Sky
are
Rippers
gonna
are
pick up the
coming.
wagon. Yeah,
Oh, never
Or at
mind,
least
I
that
forgot
was
about
the plan before.
that was a plan.
before all
Yes.
at war, but that shouldn't change.
I can tell
Perfect.
them we have the residuum in
Yeah,
the message.
exactly.
There's no need
When
for
we
that
call
now.
them.
There's no need for that. He'll put it back. He will keep the current disc though. How much does it seem to be worth, just for what he knows? Like, how much does it seem to weigh?
Discs of that size, just
Yeah.
because you've had a very intimate education recently with the residuum. A disc that size is worth about 100 gold pieces.
Okay.
So take
Are there
three.
any?
And,
Yeah, that's what I was about to do. Are there any more discs in that part that I found?
Yeah, that actually opens up. You can put your hand through and kind of push open larger planks of wood, and the entire kind of inner lining of the cart is filled with these discs that are gently placed on small little pegs just to hold them in place.
How many are there?
About 150.
Jesus fuck.
Jeez.
Well, for now, I'm going to take 6 in total, including
Okay.
the one I have. Give 3 to Anissa, 3 to myself. Close it back up.
Okay.
love you.
Bindersty.
Beautiful.
This is for the best.
So 300. So it's 300 worth.
Yep. So 1 revivify for each of you.
One revivify. I have 50 already because I had 315.
That reminds me, Tim. Did
Hmm.
the Revivify, did it remove all of the residuum, even the remaining 50, or did it take just the 300?
Yeah.
No, if you used a whole thing of residuum, that was like just with diamond, like the same thing with diamonds. If you use a diamond, that's more money.
Okay,
than-
so I have 300. I won't.
yeah,
Yeah.
it
He-
consumes all of it. Yeah.
He put the
Got it.
extra 50 because Alistair is not confident enough to go, this is exactly 300. He was like,
Yeah.
350.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought it was. Okay. I just removed, so I have 300.
Sick. 1 revivify for each of you.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that
Yep.
cool?
150. I want to take all of them. I would just be like,
Fuck.
mine.
No.
Yeah.
Fuck the 3. They're
Gimme,
going to
gimme, gimme
war.
more.
Like, they're
Fuck
going to war. Fuck them.
They need it.
Just take
No,
all of it.
no, no,
Yeah.
fuck you guys.
Also, Alistair, you get a DM's inspiration.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Look at you.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Was
So worth
good.
it.
You're talking, Chief.
Fortunately, I'm going to have to bludgeon you and leave you out here to freeze.
And I don't want to do that.
You hear the cart pull off as they break out into another raunchy tavern song. Something about someone tackling a hurdle, but you can't hear them moan because they start to gurgle or something. It's really raunchy. And they pull off, heading back in the direction they came.
I'm gonna need that whole song later.
I have the lyrics, don't worry.
Well done,
Okay.
Alistair.
Holding
I'm
out
glad
on
they,
us?
I'm glad they saw a reason.
He's saving it for his bard.
No. My bard doesn't
So-
sing raunchy
Huh?
tavern songs. He sings parodies of other songs. But yeah, no, Andrew goes, yo, that was pretty tight, not gonna lie.
I'm glad it worked so well. He's gonna toss how many people were there? There was 4.
4, yeah.
He's gonna
Cool.
take one, toss one to Orion, one to Dameron, and one to Asabi.
Yeah.
Toss one what? Oh, a tabard, right.
Tabard. Each of the armored people get a tabard, basically.
These are the Crown's Guard. No, not Crown's Guard.
Righteous brand
Righteous
tabard.
brand.
Righteous brand.
Righteous brand. Okay.
I'm gonna look so official in my righteous brand.
You don't get one. You
You
don't have
get
enough
one.
of you.
I don't get one. I
don't.
don't get
I
one.
know
We
I
are
don't.
we are
You
the
two look like casters enough that it's like maybe hopefully okay. You know.
yeah we're
Yeah,
Or you can go invisible. So
or we
I
can
could. I could make you invisible.
You guys can be
I'm
invisible. This is
considering
true.
it.
yeah. So eventually, a number of just arduous minutes. You guys get the oxen down the Sheerbreak Pass. Between Alistair, Orion, Dameron, with your strengths, you can get the cart down. Overall, it takes you roughly about an hour of just work to get down this this pass. It's quite dangerous. But eventually you get the oxen reattached and continue on. And just so I know for sure, is Alistair, Dameron, Orion, and Asavi in tabards.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Rest of this infiltration goes this well, and fuck.
It'd be so. It'd be great.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
won't.
Alistair
I
Oh,
would
Tim-
work.
I stayed up so late making battle maps for nothing.
Tim, you know it's
Tim-
not gonna go the rest. The
Tim,
rest of the
you
time.
know how Alistair's plans work, right? At first, amazing. They go spotless until
they go
about the
bit-
third mark or halfway mark, and then it falls apart.
Just a complete de-evolution, but it's always fine.
Alright.
So far.
So far.
So where has the cart come from? Do we know that?
Yeah, do they have any
They mentioned
papers?
the camp.
Okay.
Looking over the trifolded piece of parchment, it is a collection of goods from different businesses that. Oh god. Notey notes real quick. So yeah, this cart in particular would have gathered a number of deliveries and things from Uthadern to the north, and delivered it south towards Permafrost Villa. Obviously, I didn't quite make it, but you guys will.
Wait, so it's collecting it from outside the Noble Empire lands?
Yeah, because the Empire has relationships with Uthadern, so.
Interesting. Okay.
And because they're so close, it's like the closest place it could have came from.
Okay, I didn't know if it was the closest. I was thinking for a second, like, are they trying to keep this off the map from even the government?
You guys continue to push on because of the hour of work getting the cart down and the hour of travel. I need another Constitution saving throw.
Oh my God, Orion!
When
Please
they're
don't
traveling, I
fail.
gave Orion the thing back for the travel.
Okay.
Okay.
So you get a D4 to your save. You're
Oof.
muted, buddy.
Okay.
Fail.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I fail. I am going to use a first level spell slot to cast.
You fail on 15?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the DC is at
16
16
this time.
already.
Oh.
And I'm going to try it again.
16, you got it because the amulet.
Hallelujah.
No.
Oof.
Oof.
Fucking sucks.
It's gonna be difficult.
Ren
We're in danger.
gains a point of exhaustion.
Do I too? Because I rolled a 14.
You do
So.
as well, yeah.
Fuck it. I have inspiration. I'm going to try it again.
Okay.
I can't have this point of exhaustion right now.
Alright, there you go.
Thank God.
Good.
Thank God.
So who is exhausted now? Who has
Me.
exhaustion?
Orion has 2 points, Nissa has 1. I think that's it.
Okay.
You're just gonna have to watch over Ryan. He's not doing well.
This poor boy. His first real adventure, and he's just, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Guys, I think I'm freezing to death.
I think I'm freezing to death. Okay, so You guys
I'm
continue
so
to
excited
push
to see
on
lights.
for the next hour. And as you continue on, you slowly see a rather broad structure slowly coming into view on the horizon. As you get closer, you see before you a towering east-facing wall made of large cut stone. There are several arrow slits placed within the stone, about 4 feet from the top of the battlements, and a large steel-reinforced heavy dark wood door barring entry. You can see from your current view several sentries standing atop and patrolling the battlements, with 2 more Righteous Brand soldiers standing guard flanking the entrance. As you continue to approach at a normal pace, the 2 guards kind of step forward, both putting a hand up almost simultaneously. Old friends, what is this delivery you bring?
Right quick, before we came into view of them, did the 2 mages want to go invisible or no?
I was assuming that we should because otherwise, that could cause problems.
Okay.
The guys at the front look, or I'm assuming, are just going to be regular soldiers, so I doubt they'll be vibe checking.
Yeah, they're in the same accoutrement of the guys you just robbed, so.
So I would have laid a hand on Nissa's shoulder, and both of us would have gone invisible before we crossed over.
Okay.
Okay. Then when he stops us, what did he say? I apologize.
He said, "Halt, friends. What delivery do you bring us?"
He's going to pull out the piece of parchment and hold it out to him.
Okay.
Foodstuffs.
He approaches and looks it over. The encampment from Uthadern. Awesome. We've been missing the wine of our home. Thank you. How was the travel?
Long.
Cold.
Cold.
Yeah, that seems to be the general atmosphere of this place, huh?
I think some good wine wouldn't help.
Robert usually accompanies these deliveries. Are you his replacement? Did something happen to him? I know this place is dangerous.
Robert was a bit sick up there. I think he spent a bit too long in the snow after drinking. Something.
Roll a deception check.
Yes. 17.
He nods at you. Yeah, sounds like Robert. He likes his taverns and his women and his wine, huh? All right. Wonderful. I'm sure the captain would want to oversee the delivery. He's been expecting it for a while. And he kind of whistles up to the top, and you see 2 large cranks begin to get pulled as the door opens inwardly, kind of pushing back fresh fallen snow as it opens. Just this loud, heavy thud. And then it slowly creaks open, revealing the inner courtyard of the Permafrost Villa. You slowly begin to pull the cart in, and you see in this inner courtyard, snow covers the courtyard, which in itself is massive. You can see clear trails from both cart and foot carved into the white powdery snow. Slight stone overhangs give those who walk within the courtyard cover from the weather as they walk below the battlements to get where they need to go. Under one of these overhangs, you see a group of Righteous Brand soldiers huddled up around a makeshift furnace, bundled in heavy furs and cloaks. 2 stand at your arrival and begin to approach. One in a normal Righteous Brand tabard that you have seen, and one that you immediately recognize as a tabard denoting that of a captain. The darker kind of maroon, trimmed in gold.
Yes. I would have described what the captain's tabard would look like.
Yeah.
She did that back at the time.
Everybody.
Alistair will immediately walk over to, hop off the cart, hand the reins over to Orion, and walk over to the captain. nodding towards Asabi to join him.
Yep, she'll kind of flank him.
Okay.
Alistair walk up and hold out his hand as for a shake.
He sees like off put for a second. He's like, "Oh, hell, I was expecting Robert." All right. He shakes your hand. You're a new face.
That I am. I had to rush over and just replace things. He's going to look him dead in the eye and say, "I guess we need to have a talk. The crown has been buried."
Roll a deception check.
Yes, sir. Fuck.
Oh my god. Hey, you have
And I-
inspiration, and I don't have a good roll. So
Great.
use
I
your
will use my
inspiration.
inspiration immediately.
Okay.
Deception, yay. We find that my heart stopped. 17 again.
Oh man, not a good place to roll a natural one.
Now, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know, is Portent something that I can use without breaking invisibility? Because it's not like a spell.
Yeah,
or
you can
like
use it.
a-
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That would have gone
We'll
to
roll a
suck so
7
bad.
insight check.
A 7. All right.
He has a plus 11. No.
Plus 11. Yeah.
What's funny is originally he rolled a 3.
I thought so.
Oh,
I thought
wow,
from your
I
laugh.
made it
I thought
better.
from your laugh.
I just wanted to make sure.
No, but that's fine. Yeah, it's 17 beats.
At least I can control the field, you know? I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
failed.
He kind of. He watches his realization just hits. Like you could just see the thought just immediately begin to churn 100 miles an hour in his eyes, and they kind of like scan the horizon. What the hell's been going on at home? Oh yeah.
We should definitely talk in private.
Of course. Y'all start offloading this wagon. Get it up under that that bit of cloth there. Make sure it's out of the weather.
You
follow-
four help. You gotta make this quick.
I'll go forward and sit next to Orion. Make sure he takes it to the right place.
Okay.
Orion looks like
Oh, sorry.
he's
You
a
two help. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
He's not
Orion
stupid,
looks like
he's
he's the first kid that is like he's driving for the first time, so he's cheesing. Oh, whatever.
I love him.
Just follow their directions, kid.
All right, I am going to go this way, and he does it.
All right, make an animal handling check.
Jesus,
Because it'll be funny.
It would be funny if you fail.
I have disadvantage, so let me just check that.
Yeah, yes, you do. You two
Poor fucking bastard.
Oh,
My god.
That's just
This
insult to
poor
injury
man.
right there.
Right.
That's just the thing that
Right.
happened.
Poor man.
As you
Yeah, I told you we would start failing.
as Asabi and Alistair follow the captain underneath the north-facing battlement through a door, you just hear this loud kind of thoop. No, you stupid idiots! What are you doing? Just yell out as some of the Righteous Brand soldiers rush towards the cart as it crashed into the actual overhang, and the overhang is now collapsed.
That's
Oh.
while they're distracted with this, Invisible Indrid's gonna go take those fireworks up to the roof.
Okay, make
Yeah.
a stealth check for Indrid.
Invisible, brilliant best. I love Indrid, guys. He dies in
This is great.
combat first round every time, but
But he's so useful out of combat.
So great.
does he have
He has
advantage from invisibility?
Mm-hmm.
14.
14.
God. Oh,
Okay.
those wings are really going. Let's hope they don't hear due to the distraction.
Which
It's fly.
which battlement is he heading up to,
Um,
or does it matter?
Send him
It
to the
doesn't
west
matter.
so he can look for what's his face.
yeah, I'll send him to the west because that's where the thing is that he has to meet up with you guys anyways to go down. Well, he's not even meeting up with you. While you guys are offloading, he's gonna fly down there.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyways, you get the point. Yes, he's going to the west battlements. He's gonna look for the one man. He's going to, and whatnot after the fireworks set off.
Okay, roll a perception check for Indrid as well.
I closed his sheet. Hold on. Perception is all right. Not all right.
Nine.
Could we have? It's occurring to me now that Alistair has never met Joseph, even though the whole group knows the funny haha reference.
Yeah.
Could we have described what the man looked
I
like?
haven't either.
You guys
Yeah.
forgot to mention that.
Oh, that was before Alistair?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
That was
Man.
I'm thinking about it now, and I'm realizing
That was the session before you guys got the Allfield, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So he gets up.
Fine.
He gets up there with the Roman candles in hand, and he looks around really quickly, and he sees 3 righteous brand soldiers, standing atop the battlements, slowly patrolling back and forth, kind of brushing shoulders with each other as they just move back and forth, keeping sentry.
Is this one of those covered battlements that have like the roofs to prevent the top from being covered in snow and stuff?
Very faintly. It has enough cover to where it could, like, it's almost like a lattice type covering, where it'll basically cut the snow and it'll be easier to move it off, but it's not fully covered.
Okay. And he'd probably go up on one of the lattices to set it up and wait.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. All right. So as he goes ahead and does that, he looks around, sees those 3 individuals patrolling. Darren and Orion, you 2 are currently dealing with getting berated by the other righteous brand guards for wrecking what cover they had from the weather here in the courtyard, at least this section. And you also caused snow that was mounting on the top of the cover to fall into their makeshift furnace, so they're just pissed.
Well,
Can fix
that's
it.
a good
I can
distraction.
fix it.
He
He can't fix it.
He can't fix it.
That's a lie. He cannot
He's got the
fix it.
tools.
The boy is lying.
You just hear, Clearly you cannot drive! Get off the wagon! Move! Stupid
I
child.
am so
Alright.
sorry. I am so sorry. They told me to do this. I apologize.
He's new. We thought it would be good practice.
He just gives you like this most just like disdainful look, Dameron.
I give him an even more disdainful look
Yeah.
back.
And he kind of recoils a bit. He's like, "Oh shit! Just I'll do it. I'll do it." And he gets into the cart and begins to pull it back and begin to move it. And like, what part is still attached? Brennan and Nissa, are you guys doing anything? Are you staying in the cart? What are you guys doing?
What? I think we were supposed to wait until the cart got into
We are
position and everybody was gonna.
And then we
show
dip.
them.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that the crystal is secured before we start futzing with anything in case it tries
Exactly.
To
Okay. So,
Can we still get the cart driving over there to the spot?
yeah, you actually, they're taking it to a different spot that has a slight bit of stone overhang to keep it out of the weather. But yeah, they're like makeshift, like tarp carport essentially. One of the wooden beams holding it up got broken in half by the oxen, and they have to fix it now. So they're instead taking it over to the other side of the courtyard. As that's happening, Asavi and Alistair, you guys follow the captain into what looks like a very kind of what's the word? Simple, vaguely decorated office of some kind. There's not even a desk. There's just a small table and a single shelf on the back wall with one chair at the table. But he doesn't even sit down. He just kind of, as he closes the door behind you, he's just like, "All right, tell me everything. What the hell's going on over there?"
First, I have a suggestion. I'm gonna cast suggestion.
Oh my god.
Keeping quiet, I need you to retrieve for me and give me the crystal of threat, and then sit nicely in your chair while Alistair binds your hands.
You should have. Okay.
What?
Okay, it's fine. Go on. Too late.
But
No,
they-
go on. It's been happened. It's done.
Okay.
DC 16.
Yeah.
As you say the words, you watch as he tilts his head awkwardly to one side, looking at you. And as he blinks, you can see a bit of magic kind of emanating across his pupils. And he just nods silently, reaches into one of his back pouches, and pulls out what Varin described to you as the crystal of threat, and hands it to you, and then sits down in his chair with his hands behind his back.
Alistair will manacle him. Takes him with the cloth, like cut off sleeve or whatever, and bind his mouth so he can't really scream either.
Okay.
Damn.
That worked so well. I was so concerned he was gonna pass that he's gonna be like, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
The second Alistair finishes binding his hands, by the way, he begins to fight back. As the suggestion is ended, he sat quietly while he was bound, and he's just like struggling. You hear like this like disgruntled like.
Knock him out. Knock him out. Knock him out.
This is gonna. I don't want to, but I have to. He's going to attempt to knock this man unconscious, and he just looks horrified. He's like, bam, and hits him on the head. I know he's not gonna go unconscious after one.
Asabi will help.
Both of you make. Oh, you're casting something. Alistair, make a strength check.
I'll use one charge of the gloves and cast catapult. Something heavy just on his desk. Just.
Are you sure you want to do that? Because then you can't cast counterspell.
Counterspell.
Or absorb elements in the future. You might want to keep those. Just punch him.
You're sure.
Okay.
Just beat the shit out of him.
So
Love him.
strong.
It takes.
What are we doing?
It takes 3 heavy blows directly to the back of his head and neck.
That's a safe. I don't know.
Alistair, before he finally just slumps in the chair, unconscious.
I can picture Alistair doing it and being like, I'm sorry, Bob.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bob.
Sorry.
He really is. This is literally what he's doing. He's like, I'm so sorry. He's grabbing it by his hair basically and elbowing in the back of the head. Just bam!
My apologies. I don't want to do this, but I have
He's
to.
going to sleep. Bam!
Yeah, it takes 3 heavy, what feel like just eternity in time. Just 3 heavy blows to the back of this guy's head and neck before he finally just slumps and goes unconscious.
This man's gonna have memory issues for the rest of his life. I feel
Yeah.
so bad. But yeah, then he's going to take a second, catch his breath, and walk out.
All right. So did we have to? We just have to make sure it's safe, right?
You should
Yes,
probably.
we've made sure it's safe. Now, when I walk out, I'm going to mentally communicate to. When you guys need to see me come out, right? When we come out, basically, he's going to mentally tell Injured.
Yeah.
Set the fireworks off.
That's going in the bag of holding, so it doesn't accidentally get broken.
Yeah.
Yo, fair.
Hey guys,
Like,
you
I
know
don't,
what
like,
this means?
fall and, like, it's
Is
just,
that
like,
now we just have this crystal and we get to call the mages whenever we want, you know?
Yeah, right?
When inevitably
Yeah.
we set up a murder scenario for them,
Like
we
a
can just crush the
Pokemon.
crystal and lure them into
I'll
a
put
trap.
it right by the giant toenail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
the
an
dragon.
important one too. I get it. Yeah.
We have like mages Pokemons now. that we can-
Yes.
Mage
I choose
Pokemon.
you, Rex and Trump.
But they're too high a level and they don't listen to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't listen to us. Yes,
Hold on,
exactly.
you said we
that.
weren't going to stay here and make a story. I absolutely had a story in my head already. From when
Oh,
we
I'm so
me-
sorry.
met the gate to it, I already had a story in my head. No, it's fine. I wanted to use your suggestion. It was that last little wording that was like, ooh, because if you just like hand over the crystal of threat, I had to bluff that. That's fine. But you're like, and then sit in the chair and wait for him to bind you. It's like, there's no bluff out of that. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But it
Yeah.
worked.
So you guys
I thought
step
it was
out.
the same.
I was
Yeah.
just
That
thinking
works.
on it working.
As you guys immediately step out, you see the cart. Darren and Orion have been chastised and are currently just standing by some of the other Righteous Brand soldiers who are in the process of trying to fix their post and get their furnace lit again. One of the Righteous Brand soldiers has taken the cart and moved it around the courtyard towards the north-facing wall, where you know the entrance to the Crystal Labs and the Pigpens are, and just park it under that overhang of stone that just kind of juts out. You can hear him
the
just
rest
like
of
you
them
can hear him
recognize him
just.
as Joseph, maybe?
That guy is not Joseph. No, he's.
Damn it.
Yeah, he's.
I was
kind of-
hoping he was getting it where it needs to go for him to skylift.
He's
You know?
kind of an olive-skinned, like angry Italian guy. Like he's just cussing to himself.
Angry Italian guy.
As he parks the cart.
So if the fireworks injured.
If I look up to the battlements. Do I see Joseph?
Make a perception check.
That's advantage.
11?
11.
No.
What did Joseph look like again?
Just a
Uh,
guy.
Just
Just
a
a
guy.
guy.
He was a
It's
human.
just a
He was
dude.
he was a human man. Bald head when you met him. Somewhat scraggly beard. A scar that kind of ran the length of his left cheek and kind of hit the corner of his mouth.
Yeah.
Like, oh, looked like he took a blade to the face.
Is he any of the guys that was down here with us? Can
no,
we see?
as you look around, no, none of them match his description.
Probably in the barracks, right?
No, that's
Well,
the
no,
morning. We're at that right
it's
now.
yeah, it's almost dusk, so he's probably.
He should be up in the things, yeah. But
I
we'll know
just
soon.
have shitty perception.
So you let off. You have Injured set off the fireworks now.
Set off the fireworks. Yep.
Okay. As the fireworks ignite, you all hear pew, pew, pew. Fireworks just begin setting off, and Righteous Brand soldiers. There's a moment where they're like, "Is that fucking fire?"
What?
They like look up, and immediately they're like,
We also look up like, huh?
Dermin just asked,
there's
what
just
are you
this-
celebrating?
What could this possibly be?
There's just like this tense moment of confusion. Right, somebody get the captain. Saw him go into his office.
Okay, I'll go.
I'll
alright.
I'll pretend like I'm running to go get it.
You two go up there and investigate. You three up there, what's going on? And you see a couple of more soldiers kind of making their way towards stairs at the four towers, like the rotary towers, and begin to make their way up towards onto the battlements themselves. As Dameron and Asavi make their way to the captain's office. Dameron, you just see an unconscious dude.
We're
Yep.
just like okay. What do we say? Like he's on his way. He's coming.
Could I peek in with them as well?
Yeah, sure.
Because I was right with next to Asabi anyways.
Yeah.
We tell them that we need to watch the coast. Just that. They don't
What?
need to know anything more. Watch the horizon. Wait to see if people are coming. It doesn't matter if they know beforehand. We need a distraction anyways.
All right.
Alistair's going to walk out and shout, "It might have been a signal. Watch the horizons. Everybody on the battlements, now."
Roll
Okay.
Would that be?
Alistair's got this on his own.
Sure.
That feels persuasion to me.
Roll a persuasion
Deception.
check.
Persuasion.
The man's kind of a force. It was a signal,
Dissuasion.
and there is gonna be people coming on the horizon.
I am so sad. Oh.
That's real
Can I
sad.
see
I
him?
wanted that to be more.
Yeah, you can see him. Yeah.
Yeah, he rolls a 10. He rolls a 17.
17.
17, okay.
I mean, it's a 17 total.
You see the one guy who was driving the car kind of pulls out his sword and is like, "Shit. He's right." And he begins to signal everyone else, and you see a number of soldiers kind of rushing out of the barracks at this point, hearing the commotion. And you hear like this loud, kind of long horn just blow as more soldiers kind of pour out of the battlements. Not a lot, as a little more than you guys are expecting, probably about 15 in total. All make their way up onto the battlements and just stand and continue to watch. Nissa, you notice one of the Righteous Brand soldiers who's already up there sees this happening, kind of looks around, and slowly begins to make his way towards one of the rotary towers, away from the other group of the Righteous Brand soldiers.
Are we close enough that I can whisper without?
Yeah, I'm assuming you and Vren are very close to each other because you
Yeah.
can't see each other.
No, but
Yeah.
I mean for
I'm holding
from the other ones to warn that one of them went the other way.
I mean, you could probably make it your way to us because I'm assuming
Yeah.
we're now heading
Yeah,
towards
yeah.
the entrance.
Yeah, I'll make
Yeah.
the wave like, be careful, this one that went the other way. And
Probably
I'll-
our informant. We want to
Yeah.
meet them. Let's be quick. I'm gonna mentally tell Indrid to make his way down and start scouting out the layout.
Okay. As you mentally do that, remind me, the fireworks was a signal for the Frieden, right?
For the freedom,
Yeah.
yes, to start marching.
That's what I figured. As you say that to Indrid, all of a sudden you guys hear this heavy thud against the stone wall as something slams into it. You watch as small bits of stone crack off and fall. And a few of the righteous brand who were standing looking towards the other direction turn and look. And you just hear a, oh, fuck. And all of them begin to turn and run towards the east-facing wall, the entrance that you guys came in through.
Mm-hmm.
As you hear another loud thud as something heavy slams into the side of the permafrost villa. What are you guys doing?
We're going towards the entrance.
Which one? Because there's several.
No, the other rotary tower, right?
The down entrance, wherever it needs to be. So we're going to the west wall. Where there's probably an entrance to the west, yeah?
Well, if you remember
Because
how
the west is where the
No.
thing down is.
You're supposed to meet Joseph, so you can
We're
go plant the
supposed to-
And we are
bombs.
going to get
And
to
we're
the-
going downstairs.
downstairs
Yes.
to get to the.
He was on the
He
west-
went to
west
one
facing
of the
walls.
rotary
He was on the west facing wall. If he came down, he's near the west wall when he's coming out. We're meeting
Right.
up with him down there. And to my knowledge, the downstairs thing was also near the west, wasn't it?
So the
We have a map.
Yes, you do. The north-facing wall is the crystal labs and the pig pens. The west-facing wall is to the astral /time research. The south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
East, I think. No, south. Yeah, south. South-facing wall is to the barracks and dormitories. East-facing wall is the entrance.
Okay, so so west is the labs and the pig pens.
So where is Joseph heading?
You just saw him go to a
Joseph
rotary
was-
tower. Or you
Yeah,
saw
Joseph was
someone.
on the left wall, so he's probably coming down from one of the left's rotary towers, like those two walls, because it's So he's probably coming down over there. I'm gonna head. Alistair's immediately gonna rush over there, and he's going to take the reins of the. Because I'm assuming the oxen that were hooked up to the thing's probably freaking out right now, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He's going to basically try to lead them a bit out into the field, like out from under the cover, and just cut their things. Let them go loose.
Okay, so you're leading them with the cart out and then
Asabi will
cut the.
help him.
Yeah, because
Cut
he
the
needs the
ropes.
cart to be out, so
Yeah.
the Sky Rippers can come snag it.
Okay. So you pull it out.
Dameron will go down.
I'll help.
Sorry, Dameron will go down and get Orion.
Yeah, Orion is just watching the fireworks.
Dang.
Yeah, they only have about
Should,
another second or two before they end. At this
I'm gonna
moment,
head towards the staircase, the downstairs staircase.
yeah. Which way are you guys going? Because there are separate entrances depending on which section you guys are going to. It's not.
Well,
all
I
connected.
figured. Right. Okay. We need to get the people.
We need
so,
the big pens.
pig pens.
Big Ben's.
Asavi, Alistair, and Joseph are going to split from you because we need to place bombs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to place bombs. We
Yeah,
get
everybody
we-
else
we
should be
work
heading
together.
towards the labs entrance.
So where,
Yeah.
The
where
labs
did
and the
you-
pens.
which of the things did you see him head to, Nissa?
The west rotary.
Which of the rest?
I don't know
I'm
directions.
assuming she point, yeah? That's all I need.
Yeah,
is,
she
like,
would
that.
point. Yeah. Don't ask me. I have no idea of the west south. I just repeated and I just already forgot. But
Well, I was just pointing that guy's out. You guys immediately just need to go down to the west.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rush.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Dameron goes and grabs Orion to come with him.
Yeah. Orion will follow you. He's still looking to the sky until the fireworks finish.
As you guys begin to rush off, a few of you, Dameron, Nissa in particular, you both see a flash of light, and you look over and you see where the Righteous Brand soldiers are. A robed figure appears, which kind of looks out towards the approaching army, which you don't see, but they see from their vantage point. And the head kind of turns and looks. And they disappear again.
how did they look like? Could we see that?
They were you couldn't see their face because the hood was up, but they're kind of looking around like they're uncertain, and they disappeared.
But they were not Frieden. They were.
They were not Frieden, no.
Did they seem to notice Nissa and I?
Yeah. Did they seem to?
No,
see
the look was like a cursory like
Like, what the fuck's going on?
yeah, like something's
Yeah.
something's
Okay.
clearly off. Looking towards the horizon.
What's with this Ari wasn't here yesterday?
Yeah, this isn't where I parked my army.
Are we scheduled for army?
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for war today.
Supposed to be
I
No,
have
no,
one
we're
bit.
doing the research for the war.
But yeah, Nissa and Dameron, you both see that your passive perception is just a flash of light, and someone appears and then looks around, their body language tense and
We're
confused.
so none of
and
these wizards have sending. It's
They
fine.
disappear again.
He
I
just
will.
told you.
I will warn very quietly in Elvish to Viren what I've seen as quietly as I
Yeah.
can.
Then you'd be
Yeah.
very quick.
We're moving over to the staircase by the
Okay.
pig pens.
I'm
At
heading
this
towards-
point, you all hear. Right, so you're with the Freed.
Are you the inside man?
You see, he like
He
stops
recognizes-
mid sentence as he recognizes Dameron and Asavi.
Wait, is Dameron with us?
I thought so.
No, Dameron's without all of them. It's
Oh,
just
so just
us.
Asavi.
Just us two.
Oh,
Just us
you.
two.
Oh,
The
just
rest
you
are getting
two.
the
So
fuck
yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought you guys are still together. Sorry.
No.
I misinterpreted. So yeah, he stops mid sentence. He recognizes Asavi. It's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Fates, bitch. Where are we planting these?
Holy shit. Right. He pulls out a piece of paper very quickly, can look over his shoulder as more thuds slam into the wall. You hear this familiar, high-pitched shrill as two griffins shoot over the battlements, grabbing two soldiers and just flinging them into the air. You just hear "Ah!" as they go flying off out of sight. And he kind of looks up. Fuck. Alright, so in order to collapse this motherfucker completely and entirely, we need to place the explosives in the barracks, and he kind of points off to where you saw the soldiers coming out of. One in the crystal labs, astral research time, whatever the fuck that's going on over there. And the final one, there's a small, how I put this, sewage system underneath the fort, so for shitting.
An aqueduct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Supposedly in the pig pens there's a drainage grate of some kind, of something there, that you can go into, plant the bomb underneath it. Everything collapses inward. We're aces. We're out the fuck out of here. He kind of looks over his shoulder again. Oh shit.
Alright.
Crystal research
We better
lab.
get moving.
Let's go.
Do we want to get that one last? To
Crystal research now.
No, we'll do those two first, and then
Crystal research and
barracks.
then
time.
barracks. Yeah, crystal research barracks to make sure that everybody's outside the barracks. Ask for refuge, and then Pigpen, because hopefully they'll be evacuated, so we can take your brother and immediately escort him out.
Yeah.
All right. So as Asavi, Alistair, and Joseph
Just-
make their way towards the wait, you're doing the crystal labs first, so all of you are technically
we're
going
gonna-
in
we're
the
all
same
gonna
direction.
go
Why would we?
Oh,
Why
I
would
thought
we
Pigpen and
do
crystal
those-
research were different.
No,
Crystal Labs
Crystal
and
Labs and
Crys-
Pigpens
Pigpens
is
are
in
the same way.
Oh,
is in the
my
same
fault.
way. Yeah.
My fault. That is my fault. Barracks.
I'd
first,
say barracks,
and astral
astral,
refuge, and then down
and
there,
then
yes.
labs and sewer. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So as you guys
That
head
was
to
my
the barracks, the other group begin to make their way into a set of wooden doors, pushing past them, entering into the actual internal walkway of the battlements, and you can see about 10 feet ahead of you a drop off of stone stairs that lead down, hit a landing, and then curve to the left. You guys.
I want to cast find traps before we go.
All right. You go
See
ahead.
if I
And,
find anything.
you go ahead and cast find traps.
Oh wait, that will break invisibility.
It will.
Yeah.
No, but
We need it.
you're currently basically everybody's already occupied. Invisibility might become
Okay.
important
All
later
right.
down, but
Later, but
Okay,
pass it
so
on.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, the staircase is the big trap.
You go ahead and cast find traps. I'll pull up the wordage on this so I know.
Basically, just
Find
tells
traps
you
being used
how
for
many
the
there
first
are.
time ever.
How
That's
many
crazy.
there are? Yeah.
Yeah, I've never had anyone use find traps in any of my campaigns ever.
It's not very great.
It's
It
not
also
great.
says
but-
the wording here is weird. The spell would sense an area affected by the alarm spell, for example. Does that mean it would tell you like these dimensions are alarm spell, or does that mean like there's an alarm spell?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it would probably sense. The spell would sense an area affected by the. I guess it would just. You would sense the type of magic or ward. So, yeah. I mean, that's what the wordage says, so that's how I'm gonna go with it. Okay. Nissa, as you go ahead and cast Find Traps, within range that is, within line of sight, kind of stepping towards the staircase, right at the landing, you sense a magical trap. You sense a glyph of warding.
I will warn Varin.
I
Trap
can't
glyph of
dispel.
warding.
I don't have dispel magic.
I'll dispel it.
Okay, you go ahead and cast Dispel Magic, and you watch as, with Find Trap still up, that aura just fades immediately. Continuing down,
I'm gonna also make an investigation check, just in case.
roll an investigation check.
Normal eyes.
Is Find Traps just a one-time thing, and that's it?
One time. That's why it's not good.
It's such a bad spell.
Yeah.
Fucking
It
hell.
is genuinely not good, but for things like that, like if you didn't detect that wording, that could have been very, very disastrous.
Very, very bad.
12. Okay, you guys make your way towards the landing, not her Find Traps, not sensing anything. Turn, and the stairs continue to descend downward. Just so I get a head count, everyone's here. Darren, Orion, Farin, Nissa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Andrew's currently further down. Oh, Andrew might have set off a trap. Andrew went down to investigate, didn't he?
Which way did he go?
The pig pens, the one that matters.
Okay. All right.
Let's hope, hey, let's hope flying is just outside reach, just a little bit outside.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, fly, brush the ceiling, bro.
We'll see.
The trap is in the ceiling.
Varin, as you hit the landing, kind of keeping an eye out, you look over and you see ahead of you, about 8 feet down a straight hallway, the walls and the floor is scorched in flame, like it came downward.
Oh, cool. So he did set off the trap.
so he's
That's hilarious.
Hey, you know
So
what that
Ingrid's
means?
dead.
You know what that means? He means he disabled the trap for you.
Exactly.
Best trap finder
Cool.
in the game.
Yeah.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
Hellster's running. It's like, oh.
Basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Oops.
And
My
I-
entrance senses are tingling.
And I oop. Okay. Alright, you guys continue to travel down this path. Go ahead and make another investigation check.
Can I have?
Can I help?
Yeah.
I'll
Sure.
help her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna waste
we're-
another spell. Fuck that shit.
20.
We're all
20.
helping.
Okay. You continue down, and it opens up into an oddly shaped room, kind of boxy, with like this almost like quick walls, and then it kind of goes into an oval shape, but it's empty. It's completely cleared out, and you quickly kind of take a cursory glance and don't sense any traps. And you see just to your right another kind of stone archway entryway that leads down another hallway. However, on that hallway, you do sense this kind of strange, almost like iridescent, almost translucent, like wires that just kind of stretch across in a way where it would be very difficult to try and get past it without...
Is it a magic thing or a physical thing?
It seems magical.
Yeah, there's like nothing I can do.
Yeah, I will.
Don't worry, it's the one I'm picking up next level. I just don't have it.
Yeah, no, I just don't want to be wasting all my third levels because
No, I get it.
Hey, but you got that
But you have the
Just-
pearl.
Yeah.
Oh, I have the pearl. Yes,
Yeah,
I'll dispel it. I forgot.
Okay.
And then I'll use the pearl to, to regain
Immediately,
that.
the tendrils kind of wilt and pull away.
And I'll immediately use my pearl to regain that level. I really don't wanna.
No, I get it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I need the spell. I just don't.
Yeah. Now that
looking,
I have it.
looking ahead of you, Varen, as that's dispelled, and you continue pushing past, you can still hear the heavy thuds above you, even this far below ground. Just this heavy, impactful thuds. You can see ahead of you a very tight, like 5-foot wide hallway on your right, and then continuing past that point, on your left is a somewhat wider hallway that continues past the point. As you continue moving forward, you immediately this smell of refuse, blood, sweat, and it's almost like undertone, like saline solution type stench just hits you.
I think we found our prisoners, guys.
You turn and kind of look down that hallway. Make another investigation check.
I'll help.
Okay.
And give.
On
I
Orion.
know I can't get help and give guidance at the same time. Either help or give guidance.
All right, 15. Looking down this hallway, it seems clear. That you can begin to make your way down it.
Yeah.
As you do, as your foot hits the ground about 3 feet past the entryway to this hallway, you just feel this, and this bright light of somewhat opaque white energy just shoots up all around you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Guys? It was nice knowing you
Oh,
guys.
don't you currently have the amulet? Because we were supposed to get it back.
I
from
do
Orion
have the
again.
amulet. Oh shit, yeah. 1d4. There you go. 17.
Okay.
I will click that now.
You feel for a moment your body faintly begin to seize, and then feel like something within you changing, like the molecular structure of yourself changing. But then you fight it off, you shrug it off, and you're fine. And you see ahead of you.
Great.
You see ahead of you two hallways to your right and your left, and the one hallway that stretches before you, very tight, 5 foot. You guys have to go single file down this hallway. You see what looks like a larger room that is currently lit with a vibrant torch, and immediately you see directly ahead of you what looks like a very well-used table with straps on it.
Okay, oh god, okay.
But there's no one in there.
No one in there.
From what you can see, do you continue to move into the hallway? Past the point where the glyph happens? Alright, you continue to move, and you see when you get to the section, the intersection where the other two hallways go to your left and right, you see each of these hallways have rooms. The one on your right has 6, the one on your left has 4.
Those cells.
You go and investigate?
I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out.
Okay. You step into the hallway on the right, and you look through these kind of iron barred doors, and you see not only are these cells, within the cells are small cages. And you see within this cage that you first find, kind of curled up, is a humanoid, seemingly incredibly uncomfortable and just kind of very haggardly breathing. You can see lines and lacerations on their arms. It is horrific, and one of the most inhumane things you've ever laid your eyes upon.
Yeah, the Empire goes down. So I'm gonna run through all these doors, look for traps on all of them. Any of them that look like they are conscious and able to be ripped out of here, we're gonna bust the doors open.
Roll an investigation check.
26.
26. These doors are not trapped, but they are locked.
Yeah, it's fine. We have 2 very strong people to muscle them open.
Okay. David,
Ryan,
David
let's
and
get to
Orion,
work.
I need both of you to make athletics checks.
Absolutely. At disadvantage.
I am so sorry.
You're too tired.
Oh wow, that's terrible.
Wow.
Yeah, Demrin?
Oh,
Wow.
it wasn't at 20. Look
Nice.
at that.
It wasn't that funny.
You
I'll start.
should've
I'll.
skipped
Can I
I could
it
have
assist
first.
them
guidance
by
someone new, but
freezing
I
the locks?
forgot.
Can you what now?
What?
Can I assist them by freezing the locks? I can't like give them advantage, but like freeze the.
Okay,
the
I'll
locks.
allow that to be a lower DC. However, the first doors you guys tried, they just aren't budging. You just hear like the oof, 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 just the adrenaline kicking in, and kind of like you feel your body shaking from everything happening, and you just can't like get a grip strong enough to open or force open the door. However, as you guys are trying to open the door in Varin, you're quickly shooting ice at all of the locks to try and weaken them. All of you hear a voice come from the larger room that was straight ahead down the hallway. You just hear, "If you leave now, you won't become guinea pigs. We will still hunt you down and kill you, but at least you won't have to live as these people do." Vrin, your heart stops
Yeah.
as you recognize the voice of your mom.
Yeah.
I recognize the voice of her mom.
Yeah.
I can't kill this bitch, which is the worst part.
She doesn't recognize me, though.
And that is where we're going to pick up next session.
You motherfucker.
Fucks.
That's great. That's perfect.
I
can't
hate
believe
it
I'm
here.
gonna miss killing your mom. This is the worst.
God, that
We're
is
not
sad.
killing my mom.
Fine,
Well, I
catch
don't
and
know if she's
release.
your mom.
We're incapacitating. No, not release. No, we're
That's-
incapacitating her, and I'm
that's-
dragging her ass back to the cave.
Catch and release. That is the joke.
Gotta put her in a bucket.
Put her in a box.
Put her in a bucket. Yeah.
That was intense. That was fun.
Marines have. Yeah.
That was fun.
Yikes.
I hate cliffhangers, though. God damn it,
Can
Timothy.
we just continue for another like 4 hours?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Another
No,
4
no, we
hours.
can't because we have Dragon Age tomorrow.
Yeah.
We cannot.
Oh, man. No, that's...
And I have a new face to show on the overlay. Thank you for that, by the way, El.
That is going to be, that's going to be it from us. Thank you, Internet.
Bye,
Internet.
I don't know.
Goodbye,
Fuck
Internet.
Good night,
your
Internet.
mom.